everybody, and we are back. Welcome back to Roll with Advantage. Welcome back to the Crimson Court. Let's go ahead and dive right in. Just as a heads up, Felicity will be arriving. She's just going to be like an hour or so late, but she will be showing up. So let's go ahead and dive in. As is tradition here, I don't do the summary. Ryan does. Ryan, whenever you're ready, tell us what happened last week.
Right, I will. Except for I made a slight kerfuffle. I didn't write down the name of the last session. I know I don't need to say it, but it's tradition. Does anyone have that on hand?
A balancing act.
Thank you.
Yep.
Alright, Act 1, Chapter 22. A Balancing Act. Thank you, Gemma. The next trial of the Sentinel Festival begins, with each participant balancing on large poles. The test is a free-for-all to see who can be the last one standing, literally. Despite several great moves and strategies, there can only be one winner, with Victor claiming the top prize. Afterwards, Merrick goes to visit Solara, checking in on her and apologizing for being too busy to come sooner. The two discuss life right now, with Merrick opening up about the dangers surrounding him and his fear for Solara's safety, even asking her if she still wanted to marry him, despite the curse placed upon him and the sadness and anger that is constantly revolving around him. Despite these challenges, Solara says that she wishes to remain with him. Xanthi goes to visit her grandmother, having been previously invited before. The Lady Paramount opens up about a recent issue where some of her men were killed during the transportation of an artifact that they believe someone could use to dominate a dragon. She was unable to learn if they had the full artifact or just a piece of it, but she believes that Xanthi should be made aware. Before Xanthi leaves, she is gifted a magical bident, which Xanthi has via identify later. During the night, Xanthi awakens to the feeling of heat and the sound of siege engines. She checks her surroundings, finding herself in Avernus. She feels a strange power over this place, the true power to dominate those who are beneath her. As she looks around, she sees some bearded devils taking a bone devil prisoner. Xanthi speaks to them and soon aids the bone devil in escaping, as he promises to help her. The bone devil thanks her on behalf of his master, Mephistopheles. He takes her to an old exit that was not used anymore, as angels descended looking for an intruder. The next morning, Xanthi goes to visit her grandmother, demanding to know why she was given the bident, and questions if this was some sort of a test or experiment. However, Velora has no idea what she's talking about, saying that she merely wanted to do something nice for Xanthi after her mother ran out and caused so much turmoil in the family. But Xanthi refuses to see anything Velora does as a kind gesture. Velora apologizes for trying to help Xanthi before leaving Xanthi alone. That morning, Victor heads to Edwin's room to speak to him, informing the prince that he had seen roughly 4 people tailing Edwin, though they constantly wore different disguises and were very evasive. Edwin, seeing an opportunity, decides to employ Victor and try to use him to capture some of these men, believing them to be Davian's agents. Edwin presents this new information to the group, with many believing that his skills would serve them well against Davian and his agents, while Merrick voices cautions, worrying that Victor showing up seems like too perfect of timing. With that, the next trial of the festival was set to begin. However, not all was going well back at Crown's Rest.
And that's where we're going to pick up. So, cutting back from Crown's Rest, going back in time to the morning of the festival. Now, let's see here. All of you have begun the descent from Skyhaven down to the bowels of Seahaven, near those cave entrances that lead to the labyrinthine-like caverns beneath Skyhaven. Here, the contestants gather, and all of you gather with them, as well as many onlookers, in preparation for the next trial. Now, as everyone does gather here, I have one question that I wanted to ask before we get into this trial. Does anybody have anything they want to do on this day, from as soon as the trial begins to when it is over? So when the final person exits the caves. The reason I ask is because there's no way for all of you to watch this trial as it happens. It's over when the final contestant leaves. when they finally return, or if by sundown they don't return. They are if they don't return by sundown, they are disqualified and presumed dead unless they leave the caves. So, does anybody have anything they want to do from after the trials start to the end that they want to do during that time? If not, I'll just segue from the start of the trial to the end of it. We can just do it all in one go.
I'm good.
I don't think Edwin has anything. No.
No?
I have nothing.
Xanthi?
Also no.
Okay, all right. So then we will go ahead and just... we'll just go ahead and dive right in.
Can you imagine someone doesn't make it out?
Make our job a lot easier, you know what I'm saying?
I kind of want someone not to make it out, you know, a little bit of spice. It's been too clean. We need bloodshed.
I'm gonna be, yeah, it'd be a little spicy if I don't, right?
I want Bjorn not to make it out.
No, I knew you were gonna say that, Gemma. How did I know? You turd.
It'd be funny.
They would get the most visceral reaction.
No! Okay, Kaylin would go into those caves. We'll just have to see what happens. So, as all of you gather at this, most of the time, abandoned dockside area, you can see there is a small platform that has been created for Lady Marianne to speak, to begin the trial. So carved into this rock, some say is alive. Some sailors and brigands that have gone into these caves before the trial say that the very rock shifts underneath Skyhaven, claiming that the trials are, or that the caves themselves are incredibly deceitful, that they try to trap people within. It is a maze of tunnels and chambers that have tested any who dare to enter for many, many, many years. You can see torches flicker and iron sconces, and they cast this dancing shadow on walls marked with ancient writing. The air around the caves is thick with a scent of stone. Somewhere in the darkness, deep in those caves, creatures both mundane and magical await. Creatures that call this underground realm home, and others that have been planted here for the festival itself. Now, in case you do not remember, all of you decided on not chimeras, much to Merrick's dismay, and Ryan's, I think, but you settled instead on dinosaurs. I don't know if you guys remember that, but that was what was settled on. So,
Yeah, I remember.
Yay,
Let's see those velociraptors.
in here, there are dinosaurs that have been purchased from the Dominion of Shalzar, which is a empire to the far, far, far east, where dinosaurs are almost like an invasive species on their wildlife. So this isn't like animal cruelty. These are bad dinosaurs, and they're taken here because they needed to be killed anyway. So don't feel bad. So, what you can see is that there are 7 tokens that are on display outside the chamber, standing in front of each of the contestants. The 7 tokens that stand in front of them are all a silver falcon with its wings spread. But each one bears a very tiny, unique mark visible only under close inspection. The contestants gather at the maze's mouth, and Lady Marianne Blackthorn, she holds the one of the tokens in her hands. And she says, "Memorize your mark. Find your twin in the depths below, but beware. This maze remembers every footstep, every breath. What lurks within serves no master, but hunger and instinct. She pauses. Her voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carries in this large, empty dockside area. Return with another token and you have failed. Return with yours and you have proven yourself worthy. With that, one by one, they descend. And let me go ahead and trial 5. So as they enter into the depth, let me go ahead and doop, boop. Trial number 5. Shit. Trial number 5. There we go. Last call. All right. So they begin their descent. Now we are going to go in order of the contestants by Adarian, non-Adarian, extraplanar. This is not the order in which they completed. This is just the order that we're going in. And then at the very end, I will tell you who completed and in what order they completed it. And if, well, I guess you'll hear if they succeeded or not. But you will learn how quickly they completed it at the very end. Okay. All right. So, with that, one by one, I think I gotta sneeze. All right, one by one, the contestants descend into the flickering torchlight of this ancient maze. All of you watch from the entrance gallery, and you're only able to perceive this initial descent. Eventually, their forms slowly turn into shadow and nothingness. So with that, we're going to go ahead and start with Brenna. Brenna moves through the maze itself, not searching for her idol or her symbol just yet, trying to get a lay of the land, trying to understand the caves and caverns, how the stone speaks, and how it might guide her. She runs her fingers along the stone floor, those weathered hands. They trace invisible signs as her keen eyes dart between shadows. She sniffs at the air. Ancient stone, stagnant water to the east, and something else. Something that breathes heavy and warm. You can see she moves with this very, very practiced silence. Occasionally pausing to press her ear against the wall or examine scratches in the stone. Her path seems random, almost, but each turn is deliberate. It is slow, but deliberate. Suddenly, there is a thunderous roar that echoes from deeper in the maze. And Brenna there sees, rounding one of the corners in this larger cavern, a Shalzaran razorclaw, prowling the chambers away from Brenna's position. As Brenna kind of grins, watching this marvelous, feathered, massive creature moving. There you are. What a beauty. Where would you want to avoid going? And she sort of follows this creature along its route. Threading between chambers, the creature has marked its territory. And eventually, after a very long duration of following this creature, she ends up stumbling upon a open doorway that leads into a chamber, and sitting atop a terrace, or not a terrace, but a pedestal, there she sees a symbol. And a great deal of time later, she emerges from a different entry point than what she had gone in, and makes her way back around to where the trial began, and she clutches a silver falcon triumphantly in her hand that matches the symbols that she originally saw before. All right. Brenna's complete. She was successful in her trial and avoided any combat. All right. Next up, we have Garrett. So as Garrett enters and begins to diverge from the rest of the group, he draws his sword immediately. He uses the blade point to carve systematic marks into the stone wall. He has a really methodical approach, and initially it's serving him well, until he encounters his first real challenge. Left corridor clear, marking waypoint 7. You see he carves an arrow into the wall. And then at that point, rounding one of the corners, a pack of feathered stalkers erupts from hidden alcoves. They coordinate their attack. They nearly overwhelm him. His shield work is flawless, but in the chaos, several of his carved markers are destroyed by the scratching of the feathered stalkers. As he's enduring this fight, frustrated about losing his reference points, he's forced to backtrack. He has to remark his route. This time he's more cautious, but also more rushed. He reaches a crucial junction. His tactical mind at war with his instincts. His systematic approach points to the left, but something feels wrong. His military experience screams danger, yet his mapped route demands he continue. And in that moment, he chooses discipline over intuition. The path leads him through increasingly treacherous terrain until eventually he reaches a chamber with a silver falcon. Only when he emerges and examines it closely under the sunlight does he realize his mistake. 3 small notches instead of 2 dots. His methodical approach led him to the wrong destination. Now we move to Bjorn. Now, Bjorn, as he enters, he allows those animalistic senses to guide him. He sniffs deeply that werebear within him, guiding him through the darkness. He speaks to himself as he walks. Stone speaks of old path. Water speaks of new ones. But the blood speaks of danger. His primal instincts serve him incredibly well initially, avoiding creatures' territories and finding efficient routes, but as he delves deeper, the scents become confusing. Too many overlapping trails, some ancient, some fresh. He follows what seems like the strongest scent trail, only to realize it's too late as it leads him to a dead end. Worse, he's walked into an ambush. Crossbow bolts whistle from hidden alcoves. 3 figures in dark robes emerge. Cultists with 2 snarling ambush drakes. The serpent's chosen walks into our web. Take him alive. His blood will awaken the buried one. First drake's claws rake across Bjorn's shoulders, drawing blood. For a moment, the massive wild blood staggers, but then his rage erupts. Shifting into his werebear form, his hands become clubs, his strength doubles. The battle is savage but brief. Standing amongst the scattered enemies, wounded but victorious, he notices a pathway. The cultist presence here wasn't random. They were guarding the passage that led to Bjorn's token. The same one that he saw at the beginning, a crescent moon. Bjorn emerges from the caves the same way that he went in. Bruised, bloodied, and battered, but with the correct token and many, many, many questions. All right, now we move on to Victor. So, Victor's hands as he enters glows with eldritch energy as he traces these infernal symbols in the air, very confident in his fiendish knowledge. Every labyrinth serves a purpose. This one seems hungry, though. Initially, he decides to negotiate with lesser entities, and it goes quite smoothly to help him navigate through this area. Shadows whisper directions, minor demons offer guidance, but as he ventures deeper, he discovers the price of his bargains. The first demon leads him into a trap, a chamber filled with territorial bone crushers. The second, helpful spirit guides him in circles for hours, till eventually Victor realizes he's been deceived. Treacherous wraiths. I should have known better than to trust the desperate dead. Eventually, he decides to abandon these supernatural allies and relies on his own hellish knowledge of labyrinthine structures. This proves to be a bit more efficient. He can read the maze's malevolent design, and he understands that whether it was built this way or whether it has been enchanted in some type of way to torment and to test. He encounters another dinosaur, a massive thunderfoot, blocking his path. He doesn't negotiate, though. Instead, he chooses to dominate it. As he casts an incantation and a spell to dominate this monster, it tries to fight back against his infernal whisperings, but it's not strong enough. All right. So, as far as you know, all right, as he does this, he can see that there is a passageway behind it that potentially could lead to a what he's looking for. However, those creatures from earlier, the Bone Crushers, have finally tracked him down. But with his Thunderfoot that is dominated, he allows the Thunderfoot to fight the other dinosaurs as he walks by freely and goes into an alcove where he finds a token. And as the fighting resolves, the Thunderfoot having come out victorious, Victor takes a look at his token as he exits with the correct symbol, one bearing twin lightning bolts. All right. Victor having completed it successfully. Then we have Thalia. So as Thalia moves throughout the cave system, her armor crackles with this electrical energy as she approaches the maze like a fortress to be conquered. Every structure has its weakness. You can see she uses this electrical pulse, trying to map out the hallways and interconnected passageways to the best of her ability, and it works pretty well at first. The metal veins in the ancient stone conduct with energy that she can come back and read later if she gets mixed around. And Thalia is able to kind of put this together in her head as a map. But this electrical activity seems to have unintended consequences, as she ends up drawing a great deal of the creature's attention in the maze. And worse yet, the lightning seems to have awakened something that had been dormant. Ancient defensive runes begin glowing on the walls. The maze's original magical protections triggered by her electrical intrusions. Stone barriers slam shut, passageways rearrange themselves, and she finds her perfect map becoming useless. Now she must navigate by pure tactical instinct, using military experience to read the maze's new configuration. And as she's moving, she encounters a sleeping bone crusher. She can't risk the electrical attacks that might trigger more defenses. So she tries to sneak by. However, this sneaking fails, as she becomes toe-to-toe with the bone crusher. Wakes up, and afraid to use her electrical attack, she's at an extreme disadvantage. She fights back to the best of her ability, but in terms of what happens to Thalia after that, it is not known because she does not emerge from the cavern that night. Now moving on to our two extraplanar entities, Seraphina and Astarius. All right. So, next up, we have Seraphina. You can see that as she enters, she uses her spear to generate this golden light around her. She enters with confidence, guiding her. Her divine sense guides her unerringly at first. Hidden passages reveal themselves, illusion dissolves before that holy power, and she moves confident and righteous. But her light that she generates, it does attract many creatures. It repels some, but in the dinosaurs that it repels, there are others that it attracts. As she approaches what she feels like is her correct chamber, the trap springs. Another group of cultists. They've prepared a second ambush point. These cultists don't say anything as they spring to action. There are some murmurings that she initially hears but can't recall, and she dispatches the cultists and the drakes quickly. With equal amounts precision and ruthlessness, they're no match for her. She defeats her enemies, and in a rush to exit the trial, she goes into the room, she grabs the idol that she believes matches hers, and she exits. However, upon emergence, triumphant but breathless, she examines her prize closely. The crescent moon marking glowing in her palm, but that was not her correct token. So, with that, we move on to our final individual here, which is Astarius. So, Astarius Voidwalker, he closes his star-filled eyes and extends his consciousness across multiple dimensional planes, his astral sight revealing this maze from impossible angles. Time flows differently here. Space bends, reality shifts. His multi-dimensional perception shows him routes that shouldn't exist. Passages through walls, shortcuts across space itself. Initially, it seems like an overwhelming advantage, but as he progresses, the cosmic perspective kind of becomes a curse. He sees not only the maze as it is, but as it was, as it could be, as it has shifted. These temporal echoes confuse his path. In one dimension, he walks through a wall, but in the material plane, he slams into solid stone. His astral body phases through obstacles his physical form cannot pass. He begins following the paths that exist, but only in probable space, chasing tokens that exist in parallel dimensions. His cosmic awareness, meant to guide him instead, shows him this infinite collection of wrong choices. However, by some incredible happenstance, he finally emerges with his token, and it bears the matching spiral that it should. So, as the sun sets, we have our contestants. So, in the order in which they completed it, Serafina was technically first, but she retrieved the incorrect idol. Bjorn completed it next with the correct symbol. Brenna was after him with the correct symbol. Garrett with the incorrect symbol. Victor with the correct symbol. Astarius with the correct symbol. And Thalia did not complete the trial at all. Eventually, the sun sets, and the trial is stated to be completed. You can see that Andros Alcides is heartbroken, watching from the edge, awaiting Thalia to return. But on this eve, she does not. So, as they all sit, wait, and then as the sun set, the trial is announced to be concluded. As Lady Marianne says, a congratulations extended to Bjorn, Brenna, Victor, and Astarius for their completion of the trial and the success in retrieving the correct idols. You can see they all nod. And as the crowds begin to disperse, cracks of thunder and lightning can be heard from within the cave. Roars of dinosaurs as sprinting out, diving to the ground, covered in blood and bruises, scratches, and massive gaping wounds on her arms and past her armor, is Thalia. As in a moment, as she falls down, there are a few dinosaurs, Thunderfoots and Razor Claws, that chase out after her, as the rest of the contestants spring into action to fight back against these dinosaurs, these monsters that attempt to, now being in front of a large crowd, unrestrained. They fight back, they kill the remaining dinosaurs that escaped, and they decide to tend to the wounds of Thalia, who is barely hanging on the edge of her life. And Thalia with no symbol retrieved. That is where the trial concludes. And it is up to the King's Hand whether they wish to disqualify Thalia or allow her to continue to proceed. She did make it out alive, but she has no symbol, and within the time limits of the trial, she didn't return by the time she was supposed to. But that is a decision for the King's Hand to make before the next trial tomorrow. The contestants emerge or the contestants have emerged, and all of them alive, regardless how close it was. So, as they all exit, Bjorn will approach the king's hand as the crowds begin to disperse. And he will say to all of you, I know it is improper, but there is something that transpired that needs to be discussed.
Are there people around, Joe, or is it just kind of like us now?
I mean, you're Crown Claw Knights, but most of the other people and nobles have dispersed.
Yeah, Kaylin's gonna kind of like raise an eyebrow, and she's just gonna say something that happened in the maze.
Correct.
Go on.
There were many types of creatures within the caves. The beasts from the east, as well as many others that call that place home. Those types of beasts and monsters, I knew that I could cross paths with. I was attacked by something else. By humans. And he kind of looks around to make sure there's no eavesdroppers. And by drakes. Wingless, but drakes nonetheless. I could sense there were more than just those within the caves. I do not know if any of the other contestants encountered it.
Did these people have any insignia of some sort on them?
They wore masks. Wooden. Carved in the shape of dragons and painted red, black, and green.
Did they say anything to you?
They told me that the serpent's chosen has walked into their web, and that they wanted to take me alive.
What does that mean?
I do not know. I have been a protector of the Serpent's Grove for many, many years, but I am not chosen by the Serpent.
Can Kaylin insight check him because of what she recently learned from Davian? I hate that, but she's
Kaylin
bad.
insight check him?
Does Kaylin believe that what he is saying is true? Because she's very confused about the information Davian gave them earlier.
That is.
How about that?
There we go. That's good. Roll an insight check.
I missed a week. I forgot how to play. Okay.
You tell me what you want to do. I tell you what to roll.
I forgot how to play very hard, apparently. Boop bop beep.
Yeah, Kaylin,
Welcome back, Kaylin.
you're not super positive. Right now, he seems a little stressed out, and he's definitely a little bruised and battered. But, I mean, as far as you can tell, you believe him.
Okay.
What does it mean to be chosen of the serpent?
There is no such thing. The serpent does not choose any of us. We choose the serpent. Anyone born in the Serpent's Grove can leave whenever they wish. It is a life they choose, not one that is forced upon them.
Do you have any reason to believe that there are more of these individuals still in there?
I did sense that there were more. But as I was leaving, the scent had faded. I believe there were more, but they were dispatched. I wanted to bring this to your attention first because it seemed important information.
It is. Thank you, Bjorn. It seems as though maybe one of the other contestants encountered the same thing.
Are all the other contestants still leaving?
Yeah, they are.
None of them are saying anything, though.
We'll have time to interview them later. I'm sure we'll be able to, well, make our preparations for it sooner. Hopefully get that done at some point tomorrow at least.
Thank you, Bjorn. This was incredibly important information. For now, until we can make a decision and investigate this, say nothing to anyone else.
Very well. I will do that. And he'll give a small nod of his head and a bow, and he will depart.
Well, that's not good.
No, it's not. Why would they be
They've already come
here?
after one of our sentinels. It makes sense for them to try and prevent us regaining any strength.
How exactly did they get in?
I mean, the place has several entrances, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Yeah. It would have been easy enough to sneak into one of the alternate entrances, or even if there is one that we're not aware of.
It's odd that if another contestant was attacked that they didn't say anything.
They might not have thought to. There's enough
No.
monsters that were in there that could easily, in the confusion and darkness, discounted what they saw. And coming back to report that they killed people in there isn't exactly the most shining thing to say.
Yeah, but to say nothing? I mean, these people are clearly a problem. I mean, they allude to a much bigger issue. I just think it's strange. But sure, maybe it was chaotic down there. None of us were there. We don't know, but
We are.
It's also not all our people down there. They might not have known to say anything. That it could have been significant.
We're also assuming that it was another contestant. There were plenty of monsters in there that were troubles for even these sentinels. It's possible that the creatures got to them first.
all our people? What is that supposed to mean?
They're not a Darien, Caitlin.
Yeah, but they're all fighting for the same thing.
We're trying to make something out of nothing. Point is, we can ask tomorrow, when we're interviewing people. Figure out who else was attacked or encountered them, whatever. Then we can make any plans from there. Are we satisfied?
There's nothing more that we can do now, is there?
Father needs to be made aware.
Naturally. Yeah, that might be good to check on him regardless.
We should also increase security before the next trial.
I agree. It's not safe or fair for them to be interfering with us by any means. What's the next trial, Joe?
The self-sacrificing one, where they're kind of paired with somebody else, and whatever damage they inflict to that person, it inflicts back to them.
And where is that going to be taking place?
Within Skyhaven, within the dueling grounds there.
Okay. So this will be a more public
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, hopefully they can't sneak into there.
No.
Yeah, there was an issue with that a
That'd
couple
be
years ago, believe it or not. The final trial
What happened?
is in the private sparring grounds, and that is the one where they have to fight something from their, deep dark, which will be created and projected by the Archmage.
Neat.
But that one is wholly private with only the King's Hand and the Sentinel contestants and the Archmage. Those are the only people who are going to be there for that one.
Yeah.
There's also good reason to believe that they are simply being opportunist. As far as we know, none of these cult individuals have attacked any strongholds or anything openly. It's always been people that are hidden away or in small numbers. I don't see reason to suspect that they would try to interfere, at least not openly, with anything else. At least means that we are able to keep a closer eye on what is happening, especially now that we are aware that it could potentially happen. But at least it means that we shouldn't anticipate anything like this happening again. Not for this festival, at least.
Well, I agree. I don't think they'd be so bold to do it out in public. But I suppose we should just collect our thoughts, think about what we want to say to them, and prepare our interview, and get to the bottom of what else happened down there.
Let's go then.
So all of you then head back to Skyhaven. Now, Skyhaven on this evening is quite quiet as you return. It's very, very, very late in the evening. And most of the guests have retired for the night. As all of you are walking throughout the grand dining hall where most noble guests spend their time during the day in this week of celebration and tourney, you can see that an individual stops you on your path. The Spymaster, Davian. Excuse me, King's Hand. If you had a moment of time, I have discovered something that I believe may be of interest to all of you in regards to a few of the contestants.
Yes, we would be quite interested.
If we would be able to step into the private dining hall of Nashidaria.
Of course.
Wonderful. Please, I'll follow your lead.
I assume the
go
king
inside?
will also be joining us.
Yes, he has been informed, and hopefully he should be making his way there momentarily. I hear, though, that he has not been in good health today. Did you all not
No,
know?
Know what?
He has been bedridden most of today. He fell.
Our relations with our father are our own. We will handle matters afterwards.
Of course.
Spymaster, if you will.
If
Bedridden with what?
he fell this morning and hit his head on a table.
Why did no one tell us?
I thought someone did.
No, they did not. And how did he fall?
He said that he tripped.
Okay, does Kaylin really think that that is actually what happened?
Yeah.
Anybody who
It's
would
so
like to
fucking hard at
make
the
an
same time.
insight check.
Everybody get in this shit right now. This is some sibling intuition, right, guys? Come on.
I
If
just,
ever
I
there
don't
was a
know
time to
that
be a
we want to
family.
be.
No, I trust
Fuck
Davian.
me.
Great, not great.
Well,
Come on, family. Okay, Xanthi.
do we want to get one for Via
Eric?
as well?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
here. Let me pull up D&D Beyond. I'll roll it from her sheet. We'll get the authentic
I don't know if
experience
Via
here.
has a good insight. It feels like she might not, but I also don't know.
Wisdom? Wisdom for the teenager? Surely. Surely.
A
it's not a-
collective sibling roll.
Are you sure you want it to be the average? We got somebody dragging down the inside here.
Girl.
I want it to be Xanthi.
Yeah, let me just know everything.
Two.
I want it
Not
to be
so
Merrick.
well. Look how high that
Yeah.
number is, Joe. That's like one of my highest numbers.
That is one of your highest numbers
Pretty
for
high.
sure. Okay, here we go. Insight. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Here we go. +0.
Oh, hell yeah.
Didn't send it to the VT.
Oh God, she rolled
Yeah,
a
you
natural
rolled
one.
private.
Of course it didn't send it. Here, I'll just post it in the chat. That's too funny. 19.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
Good job, Via.
Nice.
There you go. Send that in the general chat, general CC. You know.
Yep, that's 19.
Nice. It is 1-9. Look at that.
+0. So, Octavia and Xanthi. Xanthi, you are also part of this. Davian is not being intentionally deceitful right now. Like, he's not trying to lie to you, but it does seem like there is more to the story that he thinks it might be best if Talon talks to all of you about.
As I said, we will deal with these contestants first, and then we can attend to more familial matters.
Of course, I meant no disrespect. Huh. And with that, all of you head to the private dining hall of House David. So as you enter, you can see that Talon is already here, not in his noble regalia, but in what seems to be his bedclothes. Still very nice, very formal, but you can see that he has definitely been, he's not been out and about today. He's not been in the public eye today at all. You can see bags under his eyes that are a little bit more heavy. And you can see on his forehead, right near his hairline, and kind of going down to about his temple, there is a pretty sizable gash there, where it did look like he hit his head really hard on something. And you can see he's kind of slouched in the chair. He's not sleeping in the chair, but he's kind of like, kind of looks like crumpled paper almost. He's just kind of folded it on himself. And as all of you enter, he kind of perks up and returns some of that kingly posture and says, "Ah, Davian said he had information, so I thought it would be best that we,
What happened?
go."
What do you mean you fell?
I had been, this morning I had been feeling more, not sore, not tired exactly, but,
Exhausted?
something, something like that, and I thought maybe some drills would help. something physical to get the energy pumping. And I couldn't keep my balance. I tried to do a move I've done 100 times over. Some of the same ones we did, Santhi. I lost my balance and I fell. And you can see as he sort of like shifts his arm up and like raises and kind of like rubs his the other temple, not rubbing into the wound. You can see that along his like forearm there is this huge gash, supposedly from where his sword made impact when he fell.
When did this happen?
It was this morning, but I told Marianne not to say anything to all of you. You had a lot to worry about today. The last thing I needed was for all of you to worry about me. I'm fine. I promise I'm fine. I fell and I cut myself a bit, but I'll be all right.
And the clerics didn't do anything about it. Edwin, can you do something, please?
Yes, I could.
Thank you.
He walks over.
And he kind of like pulls his arm away. At my age, it's important that I try and
Please,
recover from these things.
Stop. No, this is horrible. Let me do my job.
Edwin,
And he grabs his
Edwin,
arm to
please.
gently cure wounds.
It doesn't work.
That's
What?
strange.
Edwin.
I'm a little out of practice. Cure wounds.
And he before you can cast it, he kind of grabs your wrist and stops you and says, "It's important that I do this on my own, son. All right? Please."
Why is it so important?
Xanthi, before he answers, is going to look at Davian still in the room whilst all this is happening, where I don't think Davian should be here. And so
I
Xanthi's
was
just going
thinking
to
the
pipe
same
up.
thing.
I believe that our father more so just needs his rest. We were here for a meeting. I believe it'd be good to perhaps expedite it. That way he can return back to his chambers and
Yes.
get needed rest.
I absolutely agree. My king, you seem as though you are in need of your rest, and I will give the information and depart swiftly. Should you need anything of me, my king, I will be there for you. In terms of the information on the remaining contestants, I have collected, I think, as much as I possibly can.
Sorry, real quick before you get into this, I just want to
Yes.
ask now.
Mhm.
So, I mean, seeing an injury, whatever, seeing magic not affect that injury at all, does Davian seem surprised by that revelation, or does he seem totally calm and normal about this?
He does not seem surprised.
Would I perhaps make a certain check to see if I could sense what emotion he is feeling?
Yeah.
Perhaps athletics, unless you have a better one to suggest.
I would say insight is probably the one I'd recommend.
Okay. Okay, I see where you're coming from with that. Hang on.
Interesting.
Okay,
Hmm.
okay. 14.
14, huh?
14, huh?
Truthfully, Merrick, there is a bit of sorrow, I think. That's what you pick up on.
Interesting.
On his face right now.
Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to do that before we got too far ahead.
Of course. I have collected everything I can over Thalia, Seraphina, and Astarius. And I have to say that Astarius has not been that much more illuminating. Well, I'll get to that in a moment. Thalia, in particular, is an apprentice of the individual that you crossed blades with, Talon, my king. That was me, slip up. That was not Davian. Sorry. It was indeed the individual that you crossed blades with, my king. And he has apparently been diagnosed with some type of disease, some type of magical instability, as it were. Apparently, he was left fatally wounded in that ordeal, and the magic that was used to heal him, well, did not exactly cling right. And he has been given less than 5 years before something catastrophic happens. Not death. That's not what they're afraid of. It's something else. Now, Thalia seemingly has come here of her own accord. There is no connection between her and her old mentor now, but there were several Elysian political rivals who strongly disagreed with Thalia coming to Adaria for the Sentinel Festival. All 3 of those politicians died under mysterious circumstances. So when the vote was had, if they should send an individual, it was unanimous. And then I'll send all of these in the chat after. Well, I'll edit the same message that has all of these afterwards.
Jeez.
Now, for Seraphina, apparently, from what I have been able to gather, apparently these divine visions that she has had, the ones that guide her in her strikes and her movements, they began after she made contact with an unidentified artifact discovered beneath the ruins of that sanctum of mercy that she originates from. One of the things that I have noticed in my observations of her is she has periodic discoloration of veins, temperature fluctuations from extremes one way and the other, beads of sweat beating down her brow in a cold, cold, cold autumn day. And sometimes those same beads of sweat almost crystallizing like ice. And from some of my clergymen who have made the rounds at night just to see if there's any errant speaking in sleep, have remarked that at certain hours it seems as though she in her room alone seems to be speaking in some type of tongues. Now, what exactly that means, I am no expert in the heavens and the hells, but from what I have gathered, that could be anything from possession to ancient prayers connecting to Celestia. It could be anything between those two. But that's what I've gathered on her. There is something more going on beneath the surface. And finally, for Astarius, I have very few contacts within the Astral Sea. Very, very, very few. Individuals that had served within the clergy of Adaria and chose to pursue a life of adventure that went off to the Starwind Channel and ascended those great heights. I made contact with one individual who remarked actually meeting an Astarius Voidwalker. However, he claimed that that Astarius Voidwalker died. At least that is what he had heard. When I asked him about the abilities of the Astarius he met, they were one and the same. But to his knowledge, an individual, an astral elf by the name of Astarius Voidwalker, had perished somewhere near the tundra of apathy within the astral sea. Now, that could be happenstance, and it could be Astarius Voidwalker. But it would explain why his movements are so strange and alien, and why there is seemingly no other information on him. No goods in his room other than small collections of ryanite. And no other history aside from that. That is the information on the 3 contestants I have. And with that, provided there are no follow-up questions, I will depart and allow all of you to get some much
May
needed
take your
rest.
leave, please.
Of course. And he will bow and he will leave.
Edwin, try again, please.
Father, what is happening? You're acting not yourself before, and now this. What is going on?
My magic
There's
is
no
not
sense in
working to
keeping
heal
your
him.
secrets.
You can try again.
No,
I tried twice, Galen. It's
No.
not working.
there's no point to try again.
Why? Why is there no point?
Because it doesn't work.
Do you mean it doesn't work?
Not on me. It never has. For as long as I can remember, it never has. Herbal remedies and tinctures and potions have, for as long as I can remember, anything that's made naturally, enchanted with magic, works, but pulling from the weaves of the world, it has no effect. I do not know why. It has just been something that has been a part of my life ever since I was a child.
Well, good. Because I'm also trained in practical remedies. And he's going to get out his medical kit and start wrapping them up using his battle medic stuff.
Also, just out of character, because I know there's the stuff about like tripart essence.
Mm-hmm.
That's like stuff we would commonly know, right? Like, is that information we have?
Yeah,
or is that just
no, it's very much like the same way that people talk about, oh, how your soul, what's going to happen to your soul. It's the same thing people do in Adaria and all across Illica, because it is a fundamental truth about the way one's whole. That's kind of a weird way to phrase that. It's the way your whole
You wanna take that again?
broken but whole. We find ourselves. No, it's that somebody's complete essence is made up of those 3 things. So yeah, it's something that all people are very aware of.
so? Just continuing with that, because if there's something wrong with his soul, that affects magical healing, right? So would that then be a reasonable connection? Because then also with the fucking contract shit that Elendara made, it was tied in part to Talon's soul. So are these reasonable connections, or am I just pulling out shit?
You are not. There is no shit you're pulling.
Okay.
Not from anybody's hole. You got it.
Nice.
God, I had a thought there. Now I'm just thinking about shit in holes.
Damn straight. That's what we do here.
Are we recording? Yeah. Okay.
What the hell?
What the hell? Edwin is wrapping them up, dude.
Okay.
Is that working?
That is
Just gauze and
Yeah,
tape
yeah.
work on it.
I mean, his wounds were
It just falls off.
What is going on?
his wounds were dressed, right? They had been cleaned. It's not like he didn't let anybody touch them, but they were getting older. So Edwin, it was a good time to redress the wounds anyway, especially before he went to bed.
Okay.
Okay, wait, I have a question out of character, and maybe it's because I'm dumb and don't understand life. Is the in an area. Okay, and like understanding what we know. Is there like an assumption that we can draw that Talon's deterioration that's happening, with I guess what seems like is happening, is somehow connected to something that could be happening with Rainier? Or is that like a really far stretch I'm trying to make? Like, how connected are they?
I would say not
in the way I'm thinking?
Not in the way you're thinking, yeah.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, cool. That's all.
No, you're
Sorry.
good. You're good. No, you don't need to apologize.
So, are you gonna tell us what really happened?
Palin, that was what happened. I felt weak.
You fell.
And I was practicing with my sword, and I fell. Luckily, it wasn't Dragon's Bane, or else I'd be missing a hand right now.
But you were already feeling off, you were already feeling weak, and so you decided that the best thing for you to do was to put yourself into more potential danger, knowing especially that you cannot be healed.
I suppose so.
Well, we won't do that again, will we?
I suppose not.
Not while
But
you're
you can
feeling
sweat.
like this.
And you can swear to us that there is nothing more that you are hiding.
No.
What about this, at least?
No. As I said, I do not know why or how. I've just always been this way. As long as I can remember. It's part of the reason your grandmother didn't want me to go on a life of adventure. Most get lucky. If they die along the way, they might have a cleric or a druid who can resurrect them, reincarnate them. No, it never was an option for me. It was either I live or I die. Gods, that was exhilarating. There are days I miss it, you know. The thrill, the fear, the adventure.
For that kind of magic not to work, there are surely few reasons for that, right?
Sorry. What was it you said, Sansi? Reasons, that's what you said. Yes, there can be many reasons. I encountered many on my travels who...
Can Caitlin put her like hand on the back of his head, like she's trying to feel his temperature?
He's pretty warm right now.
I don't know what's in this room, but she's gonna try to find like a piece of cloth and some water and just kind of put it on his head.
I very much
I mean,
appreciate it. I'm not a babe that needs coddled.
What were you saying, Gemma?
are there like, sorry, Edwin, are there like other clerics within the vicinity that we
Wow. No, that's okay.
can... You're level 2!
I'm a level
sit the
2.
fuck
No, I
down.
understand. I understand.
So,
Yeah, because, like, as soon as that starts happening, like, Xanthi's gonna definitely, like, try and call for people or go to people, depending on what the thing is.
well,
Because this isn't good. Okay.
Yeah.
if
not
if
great.
you will recall, actually,
Wait.
High Arbiter Cadius Luthern is here currently.
The
as-
sus master?
No.
Isn't that
This
the
was
guy
this
that-
was the
Sorry.
supreme leader of the Church
Oh.
of Unity. Because
Yep,
you all
okay,
said
sorry.
that as an act of,
mhm.
unity, that you would have him there as part of the ceremony to welcome
Yeah, bring
the
him
new
in.
Sentinel.
Oh, he's already here then. Okay, cool.
He is
cool,
here,
cool.
yeah.
Bring him in, bring him in.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, knowing that, yeah, Xanthi's gonna fucking run to wherever the shit they're being, housed or whatever.
Mhm. Yeah, within Skyhaven, so Xantha, you can go run and grab them, and you can see that the clerics that kind of patrol the area outside, they see the princess and 2 Crown Claw knights like approach rather expeditiously, and they're like, "Oh God, what's happening?" And you can see the worry immediately rack their face. But as you just ask to see the High Arbiter, they do inform you that they say, "I'm sorry, my princess. He's already retired for the night. But if
Well, then wake him up. He is needed.
very well, we will. Where should we escort him to?"
We're just in, like, the meeting room, right?
Yeah, sort of
dining
like the
hall.
private dining
Oh,
hall.
yeah. The private dining hall of the king. As quickly, please.
Yes, princess. We will. And they bow and they head off and begin knocking on doors and eventually head in. And, the High Arbiter will be there as quick as he can.
Yeah. I mean, she's not gonna wait for him. She's gonna, like,
Yeah.
chuck a Yui and run back.
So Xanthe, you turn around, head back. In the time that Xanthe's gone, Edwin, you're able to fully dress the wounds. Kaylin, you're able to make a sort of like using the towel to cool him down. You can also find the ingredients to make an herbal tea that does help with that sort of like achiness that older people get in their bones that was really common in the Serpent's Grove. But eventually, as the two of you finish that, Xanthe, you do return. And was there anything anybody else wanted to say before the High Arbiter gets here?
No.
No, Kaylin's just gonna make the tea.
No, not right now.
So eventually, after about 10 minutes after Xanthe returns, the High Arbiter does enter. You can see that he's not in all of his like decadent vestments. He is wearing, the garb and the clothing, but he does not have the big hat on right now. He did rush here as fast as he could. You can see the doors knock, and as we'll say, Xanthe, you were closest to the door because you had just gotten back. As you open it, you can see there are 5 clerics of the Church of Unity, battle cleric, just to escort him, wherever he might go. He is kind of the guy for the Church of Unity. And he'll say, "Princess Xanthe, I had heard that you required my assistance."
There's something wrong with the king. You attend to him however you are able to.
Yes, alone, I presume.
No, we will stay in the room.
Very good, very good. And he'll turn to the clerics. "I will be safe in here. You all stay out here." They nod, and he'll walk in, and you can see Talon as Cadius of the High Arbiter walks in. He says, "This is ridiculous. I am fine. I fell. I
No, he's not acting like himself. He's losing his train of thought, he's mumbling, and he's extremely warm. I think he has a fever. Edwin's magic is not working.
It's very interesting. I will proceed, but my king, I must ask you, do I have permission to proceed?
If there's nothing wrong, you do not need to refuse him, Father.
Very well.
what you need to do, Cadius. Oh, I will. And then some. You are my king, after all. If you were in poor health, I would like to know about it and do what I can to remedy it. I have served many kings over my time, and between you and Edamir, I'm not exactly sure who's more stubborn. My boy, excuse me.
I'm patting your shoulder, Edwin.
Let me see him.
Thank you.
Yes. You're welcome.
And you see he kind of like flicks his wrist and he tries to waking himself up in the moment, and kind of shakes a bit, and he will begin to channel. And he'll be doing this for the course of probably an hour, doing various incantations, various chants, checking things in various tomes that he carries on him. Each one seemingly not affecting Talon, one after the other after the other. No amount of healing magic, fixing the wounds, or what have you.
Very interesting. And, my king, you have no knowledge of what could have done this to you. No knowledge at all. I don't. I know that it's something that the late Queen Elendara, that she was always nervous for, but she never spoke of it to me, so I just assumed that whatever connection I had to the world, to those forces of divinity and nature, I just assumed that something there was broken. Yes.
Did that seem genuine or rehearsed?
Make an insight check, Merrick.
14, huh?
Oh, hey, same as your last one.
Yeah.
14. I wouldn't say rehearsed, but you can tell that it's something that he's very used to saying.
All right.
But not like
Good enough.
not like scripted, not like a scripted response to
Sure.
something, but something he said a lot.
Very interesting.
All right.
Well, there are many causes of these types of ailments in our world. In your travels, my king, what extraplanar locations did you travel to? I would say a great deal. Truthfully. I did travel to the Astral Sea for a time. I went to the Feywild and the Shadowfell. I traveled in the Underdark as well. I did have a brief encounter in Dis, not of my own choosing, by the way, but an adventure went bad and I ended up there and was able to negotiate my way out before my death. What was hoped to be my death. I'm trying to think if there are any others. The Plane of Air for a few weeks. Storm Giants and Invera Seracocra. I think that's most of it. Well, a very interesting group of destinations, indeed, for a king, nonetheless.
Talon kind of chuckles at that.
Well. And from any of these places, do you bear any marks or any whether they be physical or spiritual marks of those places on your body, in your mind, in your heart. If you're asking if I made any deals or any bargains or signed any contracts, the answer is no. No, that is something that people who are foolish or desperate do. And I was never that desperate, no matter how bad things looked.
High Arbiter, everything that is discussed in this room remains confidential. It remains in this room, yes.
Of course, I would not dare share it with anyone. It will be recorded in my private personal logs because I would like to investigate this further. I believe, my king, that the anima, your soul, has had irreparable damage done to it. Most of the time, with injuries like yours not being healed, it could be connected to the scintilla, the spark, the thing that drives human life. But the wounds, I think, are a symptom of something deeper. I think. I know that you have kept a very detailed log of your adventures, my king, and I would wish to have access to those. I think there may be something within those records that could help me discover what is truly wrong with you, and hopefully be able to break said, well, sickness, problem, or if it truly is that the world, the weave of the world, the magic of the divine and the natural, rejects you and does not allow itself to flow through you, maybe I can find a way to unblock it. If there is nothing deeply wrong, perhaps we just need to find a way to connect you back to it. You see Talon kind of looks to all of you and looks back to Cadius and looks to all of you and looks back to Cadius and says, if it will help my children in dissuading their worries, then very well. They're on Elendara's promise. You can go aboard and read them as often as you like, I wonder. Yeah. Thank you, my king. I promise you I'll do everything I can, so from the highest member of our order to the lowest, without problem or cause, they'll be able to help you should you wound yourself again. Thank you, Cadius.
And Cadius, we can charge you to stay at his side until this is all figured out. We can pay for that, or whatever. If the church needs something, we can make sure that happens.
The king's hand has done quite enough in strengthening the Church of Unity. I would ask nothing more. I do have one request, though. There are sacred matters that do require my tending to every so often. I know that you had asked that this remain just between me and all of you, but in order to receive the best possible care and help with the issue as quick as possible, I would ask that Counselor Sora Falor be allowed to assist in this endeavor. She is a banner bearer of House Fallcrest, and she has unwavering loyalty to your house, and she is one of the best of our order. If that is not acceptable, then I will do this on my own.
If it's a matter that you must see to, then that can be made to be agreeable, yes.
Then very well. I have no problem staying by his side, unless Faithspire calls on me, and if so, then Sora will be there to help.
Thank you for coming as fast as you did.
It is my sworn duty. I will allow all of you to rest then, as I think that a little bit of rest can go a very long way for all of us. Thank you, Cadius. Of course, my king. King's hand. And he will bow and he will escort himself out.
If our grandmother didn't want you to go on adventures because she knew this was a possibility, then it could not have simply been from your adventures alone that it was caused, surely.
Why haven't you told us?
And given
I mean-
all of you one more thing to worry about. Something that, truth be told, shouldn't even be relevant considering how many guards are around me at all times and how many resources are at my disposal.
But Talon, you fell today. That's not an outsider or someone off the street coming to attack you or some assassination attempt. That was your own doing. And I don't say that to upset you. I say that because it's the truth. What happens if it wasn't just this? If you landed just ever so slightly differently? What would have happened then?
I suppose things would be very bad.
So until an answer is found, no more sparring, no more practicing. You need to rest and just stay mindful. This is not a forever request. This is until something can be done to ensure your safety.
I know.
Then swear it.
I swear it. I swear it.
I think we should let him sleep.
I agree. I know we cannot demand of you to, or make you take your weapons out of your room, but if you could for us, please put them across the room from you. Nowhere near the hands and feet or body, if possible.
I will do what I can, but it is required of me and my station that when I leave my chambers, I leave it with Dragon's Bane.
Well, make sure it's sheathed.
Yes.
We aren't saying this to scold you, Talon. You know that, right? It is because we care and we are worried.
Yes. I know.
There
Aye.
is something else that we should probably speak about before we do leave, though. There are also more of those draconic cultists here. I understand that, well, protecting you from yourself is one thing, and keeping away weapons is another, but their presence will be a third complicating factor to all of this.
And where were they found?
At today's trial, within the maze, cultists and drakes alike.
They attacked Bjorn, and maybe another contestant. We're not sure who else.
Contestant.
Maybe. We're going to interview them later today. Or, I suppose, in the morning.
All right. And you don't think that those individuals that tried to attack Edwin that they were connected? Since we know that there's activity here, because that could.
No, that individual that attacked me was... Oh. Sorry. You mean the one in the dungeon?
Either or, I suppose.
We're not sure what the connections are, Talon, but we will figure that out. But it is best that you know of the situation, and now that you know, I think you need to rest.
Rest. Thank you, Senor.
Caitlin.
Rest.
I think it's time for us to leave.
Yeah.
Talon, we're going to help you to your room, and then we're going to all go to bed.
Yes. Sleep does sound quite nice right now.
And you'll see he goes to push himself up, and he's able to stand fine, and he's able to walk. It's slow. It's a shuffle in pace, but he's able to stand on his own, and he's able to move on his own.
I think Xanthe is just going to be very close, just in case. Yeah. Be ready to catch or support him, whatever.
Yeah, and the Crown Claws are right there with you, just in case. As you all move collectively throughout the halls. And eventually you make it back to the rooms of the children of House Falkrest, of the Lord Paramount of House Falkrest, and of the King. You escort Talon to his room. You ensure that he makes it into his room safely. And what I will say is that... Brother. I pull up DTBI. Via American Edwin, the two of you would be able to see, just with your passive perception, the sort of scuff mark on the edge of the table, as well as several scratches on the stone floors, where it seems as though the scratch marks of the sword had landed.
Does it look like it lines up with the story that he said?
Let's see. I'll have you make a quick glance unless you wanted to hang around and investigate. Because if it's just going to be a quick glance, I'll have you make an investigation check with disadvantage if you're trying to do it like nonchalantly. But otherwise,
Yeah, I mean,
it'll be a bit more obvious.
yeah, I think it'd be nonchalant.
Okay. Go ahead and make a
Nope, that
investigation check with disadvantage.
shit. All right,
Okay.
don't worry about it.
Yeah. I mean, you try to steal a glance, but there's a lot of emotions. There's a lot of stuff going on right now. It's tough to try and do it in a way that's a little bit more nonchalant.
No worries.
Okay. So with that, the 5 of you depart from the room. And do all of you head back to your room after ensuring that Talon gets to sleep all right? Or was there anything the 5 of you wanted to talk about specifically?
I didn't have anything.
I mean,
No.
it's not with the other people. It's just a quick thing. But like once they are leaving, Xanthi's gonna find the closest servant to yell at. It's basically just going to, order them to like check in maybe like every hour or so, just to make sure that he is okay.
Okay.
And to report, anything if anything changes. And I imagine like beside herself, like at the end, like, still kind of like worked up about everything. She's just gonna like say to keep the rooms warmer, given last night. Goddamn too cold. But yeah.
All right. Sounds good. So the servant,
Yes, princess. Yes, princess.
as they head off to periodically check throughout the night. Okay. So all 5 of you head to sleep. And you sleep as peacefully as you can, considering the news that has been delivered to you today, not just about the contestants, but about your father and whatever transpired within that maze. But that is something to worry about tomorrow, as you have collected all of the secret dossier information about each one of the contestants, and now private interviews will be had as you try and get down to a little bit more about who these people are on a personal level, not just what they can do in a combat scenario. And with that, we're going to go ahead and take a break right there. We'll go ahead and take a little 10-minute break. We'll be back at 31 your hour. Thanks for watching so far, and we will be right back.
Reiterate plans so we're all on the same page. Merrick,
Yep.
with 2 other guards, and Fiddle in his pocket, looking around. Via is going to infiltrate into said place and attempt to pull lever to open door. We, the children, and some guards are going to be standing off to the side hiding, while another envoy goes up to the front gate. And no, we're just all hiding.
No. There's got to be the envoy of, I think, captain and maybe 3 guards, just so there's more with us. They're going to be going to that exposed like wall entrance, and they're going to be posing as an envoy.
Okay.
Because we want where the conversation to take place not be near the gate, because otherwise
Yeah.
that makes it way harder for me to sneak up to where the lever is if everyone's gathered there.
Okay. And Kaylin's gonna do some talking.
+2. All right, 24.
I didn't even
matter.
fucking need it. Fuck off. Get
Get
fucked.
fucked.
What?
Nice seconds level spell, loser.
Get
And
fucked.
then I want to take my wind if I may.
Let her win, Joe.
Let me breeze it up.
Breeze it
Keep
up,
his fucking
breeze it
breath,
up. There you
never
go. Yeah,
breath.
Xanthi, You can feel the wind begin to compress around you, forming this shield, trying to hold you in place, but through mental fortitude and strength, this resistance to being told what to do, you break out of it, and you can see there's this impressed look on his face. He smiles. He's not taken aback. He's not in fear, but he nods and says,
That's what I expected from the likes of someone like you. Impressive.
all right.
Say the same to you.
Yeah, we don't have one of those.
Okay. Okay.
Oh shit, he's back.
That was the fastest piss of the West.
Because I had to listen. It's across
You
the
wash
hall.
your hands.
It's, yes, I did. My hands
on
are
the way there. And all the
Fastest
way
piss in the West is the greatest thing you've ever said, Gayla. I ignore that.
Okay. We're back. We're ready to go.
Well,
I'm so
Merrick's not.
Well, yeah, we don't have Ryan now.
Ryan, dude.
Look, in his defense, I don't think anyone thought you were gonna take a 3-second piss.
Thanks for the follow, old chubby.
Pissing from rain.
Save for the piss.
Yeah, I covered my camera up. It's just right across the hall, like right past that door. So in the frame, I was just look, mom, no hands.
Were you just at your office door?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Anyway,
Oh my God.
Kobe.
How many for run? I know, the other people.
You're the only one on camera.
I know. The other ones need to use their voice.
Let's get back to the horses and kind of see how far we can get from them, and go from there. That's what Kayla.
Okay, great. She will do a firebolt.
Okay, all right, sounds good. I'm also gonna.
Oh
put
my God, another natural 20.
Whoa!
All right, so that is a 10 plus a D10.
Whoa.
Via can't stop killing.
I know. I know.
She's grown a
So good
taste
at
for
it.
it.
The dice are barely telling the best story because I was like, oh, she's gonna be timid and miss all the time.
She's
So I
gonna
was
be like,
sending her up for that.
I don't want the crown anymore. I'm just really good at this.
Okay, so yeah, she will. All of her schooling is coming back to her, so that's a 16 total damage.
Jesus Christ.
Sun begins to set. Takes a half day to get there. 500 feet away from where the keep should be. You tie off the horses, dismount, travel by foot. Closer and closer and closer. There seems to be no sign of any life, any travel. I mean, you're so far off the road right now that it's really hard to tell that you're going in the right direction, especially at nighttime. But eventually, you're able to see through. You find, after walking through the village, taking about 15-20 minutes to get to the other end, you find that forward camp. No! You find pitched tents. Pitched tents. No!
Clip it.
Hey, there's your first
Clip
one.
it.
Look like tits.
Clip those tits.
God damn it. We're 20 minutes in, dude, and I could.
Jarvis, clip.
Blocking the road, don't move. You can see, or you can hear Sir Otis say, Sir Lando, if you would, please. If you would please order your soldiers to move.
They are not soldiers.
Sir Otis.
They're clergymen. Come, make way. Allow the Lady Paramount and the princes and princesses to travel free.
And with that, the soldiers split. And the caravan moves, creaking forward. As all of you looking out through the windows, you can see the clergymen turn about face.
Yes.
Okay.
She's basically gonna be like, you know, I'm here as a representative of the, you know, the king's hand. they want to meet you, but I'm here to ensure that, we can come to an arrangement on how to meet safely before they actually show up. Meanwhile, sneak. There we go.
Okay. Got it.
You got it, Joe?
I hope so. I fucking don't.
Guys,
No.
Via, it's up to you.
No,
Via.
nah, he ain't
Via's
getting
gotta
away.
kill him.
Come on, Via. It's your
Come on,
time.
VR.
Ray of sickness.
Man up.
She's already
Alright,
killed
Via.
one. She's gonna have so much trauma from this trip. Like she.
She was like, I'm so excited for this road trip with my
I'm
siblings.
just so excited to spend time with my family. Meanwhile, since it started, why can't I stop killing people?
Why is this happening? Okay. What do we think? Firebolt or Ray of Sickness?
Burn him alive.
I don't know. That is amazing. How's school?
Oh, all done. I graduated actually.
It's like a brief pause.
Yeah, we invited
That's wonderful.
you. Yeah. We invited you.
Merrick, and he I don't know, and looks over
Brother.
to Merrick. How is everything? How are the Falcons? How is what you do?
Oh, they're just great. I'm engaged now.
That is amazing. To who?
This,
Yeah, we
Eldritch
got
Blast.
We got a hex. We got a hex. And an Eldritch
then
Blast.
Give him that
Hopefully.
Warlock 1-2.
Oh, baby, let's go!
Our first natural 20 of the
20.
game. Congratulations! Kayla, you were destined to be one of the first natural ones, and you rolled the first natural 20. How do you feel right now? Which is
Last of the
crazy
game.
because with Hex, you crit on the Hex damage and on the Eldritch Blast, so those two
This guy's
damage
so
dies are
dead.
maxed out. So
Oh,
what's the
shit.
what? You find after walking through the village, taking about 15-20 minutes to get together, and you find that forward camp. No! You
Tits?
find pitched
Yes.
tents. Pitched tents. No!
Clip it.
Hey, there's your first.
And he would give a very low bow.
As the door shuts. Oh, that kind of sucked.
Everything is fine. Make a deception
I
check.
promise.
Make a
Would
deception
you say
check.
that?
Kaylin
wish
is
she could do it better.
literally like rubbing her temples right now.
Also, if we're going back to Rosemont, we don't need her to do anything anymore.
Oh, Kaylin is really rubbing her temples.
Oh, no!
No.
You see, she just kind of stares at you for a moment. And she whispers very low. Is there something?
No, no, Captain. It's just us. There was much to discuss.
Potentially, Princess Octavia, that's something you might be able to assist with. I have a dealer who can procure chimeras, which would be quite the spectacle indeed. However, the creatures themselves, while they are a plight on some of the farmlands of Elysia, they still do need approval from the Praetor to be taken from the lands to be used in something like what we're doing. So, Octavia, if that's something you feel comfortable with, it'd probably mean more coming from his granddaughter, technically, as opposed to the Chancellor of the Treasury. Fantastic, and I know that that is more difficult because you have never had the honor of meeting him. But if there's any So that way, if there's something in the vault that, you know, you feel like shouldn't be there, or that none of you put in there, you can go to her and you can see who put that item in there. And
Could you send us a list of all the names?
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be
Mhm.
helpful.
yeah, I got you. And then finally, there is. Hello, we're back. We're ready to dive right into what will be another fun session. Not another fun session, a continued to be fun session of Crimson Court. So, let me see here. I recently updated the music, so there's some new tracks here. Let's see what Quiet Heart sounds like. All right. So all of you wake up the next morning ready for the trial of today. However, today's trial will be happening at midday, as opposed to in the morning, first thing. This trial is the trial of... I want to say the name right. Self-sacrifice. We got there. Where they're pretty much attuned to an instrument within the middle of the arena that will cause them to feel the pain that they inflict on the other contestant. Now, you do receive word this morning that Thalia, provided that all of you approve, she would like to continue to participate in the trial. She's been healed, she's ready to go, but that is entirely up to all of you. So, do you count her late arrival as call for disqualification, or do you allow her to continue in the trial?
I mean, to be fair, we have not been disqualifying anyone, so now feels like a very weird place to start. Like, she failed the challenge, she gets no points, but so did a few other people, so...
I agree with that.
Yeah,
Okay.
she stays in.
Sounds like we got some bias here, but I like her, so yeah.
Well, yeah, I like her too, and I
mean-
think that it shows a lot that she's still, even though she didn't finish in the time period, she stayed alive, she fought her way out, she got there. She just doesn't get the point.
Yeah, and because, like, if we were doing proper disqualifications for, you know, breaking the rules, then both Bjorn and Asterisk would also be out.
A lot of people would be out by now.
Probably would have picked
I mean,
our Sentinel by
Bro's
now,
the only
honestly.
tree that I've, like, broken the rules, though.
Yeah. Regardless,
That
it sounds like
you
we're all in
know
agreement
of.
that she's sticking in.
Yeah.
That we know of.
Now we know of.
That's just how
Do we
rules
know
work.
of Victor's little thing?
Shut up, Gemma.
But that's not against the rules, there's the thing. Like, there are very few rules, like... It's a very open thing.
Didn't
You
Victor
use whatever
deal-
skills you want.
Didn't Victor hurt somebody in the one you're not supposed to hurt?
Not that we know of.
No, we don't know about that one. Okay.
No, I don't
Anyway,
think he did. The one that he
keep
hurt
her
people
around.
in was the agility one, which didn't have a clause about that.
Anyway,
That you
Thalia's
know of. That Thalia is still in. And she will continue to participate. All right, cool. So that means that there will be another trio in this one. And how that's going to work is that when... Okay, so in the trio, let me just use an example here. If Bjorn...
I mean, everything still works the same way, though. Like, it doesn't have to change anything for the trio. Like, if the third person that's not, like, in part of, like, the blows being exchanged. Like, there's A, B, and C, right? A attacks B, A will feel the pain from B, C is unaffected. Like, everything just goes as normal. It's still then just a duel there.
It's a good point. I do disagree, though, and I already pre-wrote it.
Okay, that's
so
fine.
how...
You just made it complicated for yourself.
I did not. I thought I made it more interesting, truth be told. So it was more interesting to me, so that's what we're going to do. So how it's going to work is if A, B, and C are participating, if A hits B, A and C both feel it. So there is a sort of like strategic element to it where you can not only you wound yourself, but you can also wound somebody else to try and get them to knock out of the trial. The way that people are eliminated is they just yield. They have to say, I yield, tap out, and then whoever doesn't yield is considered the victor. And I thought that trio, I thought that was cool, even if it is a little complicated. So that's I pre-wrote these ones to try and save more time. So that's what it's going to be. But that is not happening until later in the afternoon. And now that all of you have collected all of your information that you want on all of the people, let me go ahead and move the time forward to what should be the 17th of October. You've got about 5 or 6 hours this morning to interview the contestants if you would like, now that you've gathered all the information that you want. Nothing
Line
strange.
'em up.
Nothing strange about that. You can just invite them into the private dining hall and they'll show up and you can question them.
Yeah.
Who's first? Well, actually, wait. Do we want to
Did
talk
we
about
care
anything
about
before
them?
they come in? Sorry,
Oh.
what'd you say?
I was gonna ask if we care about a running order.
I guess not. I just didn't know if anybody like wanted to say anything before, like as a collective siblings, like before they all came in. If not, that's okay. I was gonna pull up the secrets and just kind of look through that as well. But if not, sling them in. It's like American Idol. Show us what you got. It's not like that at all. Anyway, what? Go ahead, Joe.
It's up to you guys. Who do you call in first?
Oh
Okay.
shit. Hold on. Let's just bring up the order that the secrets are in.
So Garrett's
guess-
first.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Here we
So
go.
you
He's
send
super
word to your servants and they go and retrieve Sir Garrett Greenmeyer. As he enters, he does greet all of you.
I would like to thank all of you for this formal invitation to speak. One on, well, 5, but still, a pleasure nonetheless. May I take a seat?
Yes, please.
He sits down for his panel interview.
Well, I'm
Well,
happy
I-
to discuss. Apologies, my princess.
Lady Caitlin is fine. Would like to start off by thanking you for coming. Please find no disrespect in the questions that we ask you. It is our duty as the hand to explore as much and learn as much as we can about the potential sentinel. And so some of these questions may seem awfully personal, or information that you may not be aware that we are aware of, but it is only because we care about, well, the kingdom itself and about our decision. It is incredibly important that everything is laid out in front of us.
Well, of course, and I want to be very clear in my intention and in this conversation. The biggest concern to me is this nation and its safety. When I heard of this opportunity, I knew that there was no person who more cared about Adaria than me. But that doesn't mean that I'm the best one to defend it. And if there is another contestant who outshines me and would do a better job defending it, then I want all of you to know that I will still continue to fight for Adaria until my last breath. I'm not here for the title of Sentinel. I'm only here because I feel as though I can protect Adaria. If that is a Sentinel, or if that is a Sir Garrett Greenmeyer, then so be it. It matters not to me.
And how have you felt of this festival and your performance, as well as your other contestants' performance?
There are many contestants who are quite strong, physically and mentally, and in their application of their strengths, even when it goes against them. I am personally at odds with Seraphina, I must say. Her divine nature is awe-inspiring, but her approach to personal situations, I believe, lacks some tact, truth be told. But there is no denying the power that she has within her weapons and within her form. It is part of the reason why, in the past few challenges, I've made an effort to, if I am fighting against her, to try and capitalize as early as I can. I know her stamina will much outlast mine. Many of the other contestants have surprised me as well. I mean no offense to you, Lady Kaelin, but when I had first heard that there was a term as a spirit walker,
Veil Walker.
Veil Walker, was first participating, I was shocked, for one, that an individual of the Serpent's Grove would even leave that land, especially to be Sentinel. But he has also impressed me. I have heard tale of Bjorn's deeds within the Serpent's Grove, and they were not blown out of proportion. Seems as though he is an accomplished fighter, and that has been proven over the past few days. Brenna, I think, has surprised me the most, though. And I suppose how... And I don't mean this in a bad way, but how understated she is. But I suppose spend most of your life living by yourself, and you lose how to speak with people and make appearances. It is a skill, after all.
And of your own performance.
Yes,
How do you
yes.
feel that you have been going?
I think it's very important for any individual to be able to look at what they've done and reflect and try and see if there's anything they could have done differently and better. Even someone as well aged as me, and there have been places where I wish I could have done better. Specifically in the balance trial, I feel as though I fear as though I went a little too aggressively towards Seraphina, and I feel as though that maybe cost me quite a few unnecessary blows had I been more strategic in my thinking. I think that what I had assumed is considering her power of flight, that would have been quite the advantage to her. So I thought taking her out early would be good, but I underestimated her. And that was a mistake I won't do again, should we go head-to-head once more. And in the Labyrinth trial, you know, I hadn't had a chance to talk about it with anyone yet, but there was a moment in that trial where I didn't trust my gut. I trusted what I believed was right via what was logical and my intuition, but not my gut. And I should have listened to it, and it would have led me down the right path. So, there are places I wish I could have improved, but I feel as though, in trials of combat, I've proved myself worthy of the tourneys that I have won. And believe me, just participating in this trial has earned me a few extra stories to tell when I share drinks with my fellow knights on those tourney nights. Hopefully one day, Merrick, you'll be at those same campfires with us, my prince.
Well, did you encounter anything strange or out of place while you were in the maze?
Strange or out of place? No, I don't think so. There were dinosaurs. Those were a bit of a surprise. I'd only ever read about those. Coming face to face with them, it definitely put my combat skills to the test. You get so used to fighting against sword and shield and bow and plate. A beast that size and that scale with that much ferocity, well, it definitely pushed me to my limit. But not enough. But that was truly the most strange thing, was seeing creatures that I had, like I said, had only ever read about. Nothing more.
And that question didn't seem to, like, spark anything of just, like, you know, deceit or anything.
Make an insight check.
I mean, I know we technically know what's happened, but...
No, you're good, you're good.
Obviously, us as characters have no fucking clue.
I appreciate the meta-knowledge acknowledgement. What to do?
So I get an insight?
Yeah. Make an insight check. Sorry, I thought I said that.
Sorry, I was yapping too much. I lost track.
I appreciate the acknowledgement. Silence. As far as you can tell, he's telling the truth.
Yeah, cool.
Well, could I also then, if this was these creatures, these dinosaurs, as you say, were strange, We also know that you've had encounters with the undead before. We also happen to know that you are able to hold conversation with them. It's a very interesting trait. How did you come across this skill?
Yes, I had supposed that that would be something that you would discover. You have to understand that it's not something that I converse about lightly, nor that I care to discuss very frequently. Your Archmage, Morgana, is of House Umbran, experts in necromancy. I'm not sure how familiar you all are with its intricacies, I think is the best way I can put it. Are any of you familiar with it at all?
Octavia has studied it, and she would raise her hand and say, I mean, yeah, I know a bit about it, at least from, like, my classes. And I worked with Morgana for a time, so I think I've learned a thing or two from her. But, like, talking to undead, just, like, yapping it up, that seems, like, a little strange, don't you think? I thought that was pretty good.
Triggered?
Yeah, it is, but with undead, it's not nearly as simple as mindless zombies, as many stories would lead you to believe. Most undead, they have a connection to their past life in some way. They know who they were deep down. So, early on in my studies as a paladin of my order, I chose that this pursuit of knowledge was important to me, learning how to converse with undead. So instead of brazen violence, perhaps diplomacy could be had. If you can break control, then it's effectively like having spies within ranks of a foreign army. And truth be told, it was the only way that we were able to emerge victorious, or at least hold off the undead until reinforcements from the capital in House Thornfield arrived. So I'm very thankful for my skill and my knowledge, because had it not been, who knows how much of those farmlands and who knows how much would still be here today.
Thank you for your honesty.
Of course. And, I'm sorry that you had to find out this way. I most likely should have disclosed it. But there is a great deal of shame I have for it.
And would you make that a habit of hiding things that you're ashamed from those that should know about them?
I like to think not, no. But I've been alive long enough to know that the only good that promises do is a false sense of security in the moment. None of us know what tomorrow holds. What I can say is that I know right now that there is nothing else that I keep from you that could incriminate, that could be of harm to the king's hand, to the crown, or to me. That was the only secret I had kept out of shame. Because many within various holy orders would look down on me for it.
Does Kalen believe what he say is true?
Make an insight check.
Oh, there's gonna be so many inside checks.
You think
I
so?
think I'm not rolling very well this evening,
During
but that is alright.
the interview portion. A 12. Kalen, as far as you can tell, you believe him. But it is, it is kind of a non-answer.
Yeah. Do we ask about his, indiscretion payments? His financial records? Or do we let that one lie?
I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on that one.
Okay. I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's just Morgana, or connected something there, right?
I thought
if
it was
the
like
whole
a
thing is
Hamilton
connected.
situation.
Well,
Hey, I'm going to get it now. I thought it was that, but maybe it's not.
can you
Okay.
say no?
All right. Well, if ever
I need that now, Sir Garrett Greenmeyer.
yeah. That's literally my first thought. Anyway, but Kayla doesn't have any other questions for Garrett, unless anyone else does.
Did anyone want to speak with him? Because that's our opportunity now as well, if anyone wants to do one-on-ones with the contestants.
For me,
No.
you guys asked all the good questions, so.
All right, go team.
You suck, boy.
Then we'll dismiss Garrett.
Yeah,
Alright.
I love him though. I really wish he was doing better in the trials than he is.
Yeah, I
I really want him
for
as
me.
our centaur, but he's just so bad.
He's doing his best.
But it's really not good.
He's won
Best isn't good
1.3 tournament trials. So I
Garrett
didn't
will
realize
stand.
he's won 6th place. Holy shit. Okay.
And he will say,
Once again, I would like to thank all of you for this opportunity. I was incredibly heartbroken to hear what had happened to your uncle, and to who I consider to be one of the greatest, not sentinels, but heroes Adaria has had in a long, long, long time. It would be an honor to step into those shoes and do my best to fill them. But at the end of the day, no. All of you know what's best for this kingdom. And regardless of what whispers may be had in noble circles, I want all of you to know that I am a supporter through and through of the King's Hand. I have faith in all of you, that you'll make the right decision, even if it's not me. Thank you.
and he'll give a bow, very formal, and he'll head out.
Send in Brenna.
Brenna!
Brenna?
All right, Brenna. So, coming in maybe 15 minutes later, right? They're not just standing out in the lobby, just
What do you mean?
hey.
I want it to full on be like all those fucking talent show shit,
They're
someone's
sitting in the
crying,
the big room with the
talking
velvet
about all their
chairs.
deepest trauma.
Garrett comes out and he looks at the others. He's like, I absolutely nailed that back there. No bother going in. Okay, so 15 minutes later, Brenna will come up from where she was, and she'll enter, and a lot more subdued, a lot less formal is Garrett, but she'll give a slight bow of her head and say,
I thank you all for the opportunity to speak one-on-one with all of you. And if you'll allow me,
and she'll gesture towards the seat.
Please.
She'll kind of. She has no opening words. She just looks to all of you.
Well, Kaylin would give the same spiel that she gave to Garrett to everybody, thank you for coming. Please know that we're doing this, not trying to be disrespectful, but we're gonna ask you some personal questions. We have done some digging. blah blah blah. So she would repeat that.
Aye.
I mean, yeah, and Xanthi's probably going to do the same for everyone, like asking how they have been viewing the other participants and also their own performance, just to help expedite.
So to what you say, Kaylin, she goes, aye. Just in agreement. No, nothing more from her there. As you ask your questions, Xanthi, she'll say, I don't like Victor at all. He is a bit of a snake thief, I'll say that much. Tricksy, he is. I haven't seen him steal anything from the keep. But I fear he's not true to himself. There were no rules that said he couldn't do nothing during any of the trials to try and hinder my abilities. But when we went toe to toe, he did just that. And it's rubbed me the wrong way ever since. Couldn't just use his abilities to enhance himself, but had to detract from me. And it's an obstacle true, and I wasn't able to overcome it in that trial. But if we go toe to toe again, Victor, he'll be put to his limit. That much I can say. The other contestants, I don't have much of an opinion on. Garrett, he does seem to enjoy being able to rub elbows with all the nobles. Hasn't been down in Sea Haven much. That's where I spend my time for the most part. And that Astorius. Don't like him very much either. Strange fella. Quite strange.
And of your own performance, how do you see how you've, well, performed for the various trials?
In some trials I could have done better. In some trials I performed quite well, but still could have done better.
You specifically have not won a single one yet. What are your thoughts on that?
That's true. Truth be told, when I came to the Sentinel trials, I came not knowing what to expect and who would be here. I think my expertise in extraplanar hazards is something that hasn't been fully tested or even had a chance to be utilized, truth be told. So that feels a shame. But that is sometimes the way that it goes. Even as Sentinel, you wouldn't always be prepared for something that you're an expert in. In fact, I feel as though that's never how it goes. So it's a valuable lesson to me that instead of waiting for something that applies to my skills, trying to apply my skills to something that seems wholly irrelevant. So hopefully in the next 2 trials I'll be able to make that difference, but if not, truth be told, I feel I'd be happier not being Sentinel. Truth be told.
Do you want to be Sentinel?
I want to be in a position of power where I can help keep people safe. But it seems as though to me that there's so much pomp and circumstance around this position and this festival that it's more like a knight's tourney than it is a trial to determine who's truthfully best at keeping people safe.
So you don't agree with our methods to find the next sentinel?
I didn't say that.
It was implied.
No, that was your assumption of what I said. There's a difference, young lad, my prince.
If we are to keep the topic at hand on, well, your capabilities, there is another thing that we were wanting to discuss with you. Naturally, as someone that is within Adaria, we have heard of your various activities. However, there was one thing of note in the fact that with the mines that you were sent to clear and deal with some ethereal entities, yes? You were seemingly unable to deal with all of them, perhaps even leaving some to remain. Do you have anything you'd wish to clarify, perhaps?
There was an infestation of phase spiders within that cave in House Eldrin's lands. But they too are inhabitants of those mines. They became overpopulated because the miners were not hunting them because the spiders were hiding. So I went in and I reduced the population to what is an appropriate amount. The phase spiders are necessary for the ecosystem of that cave. The phase spiders are what prevent much deeper, darker creatures from creeping up through the cracks of the fathoms below. So yes, I did leave several phase spiders alive, and their population will most likely regrow, and they'll most likely grow out of hand again in 5-10 years' times. But provided I'm still alive, provided I'm still around, I'll go back, and I will curtail the population before it becomes an issue. But I
Did you not find yourself with any other kind of advantage, perhaps, in leaving them be?
No. Make an insight check.
Let me get in there with my +0. Hell yeah. Big numbers.
Anybody else?
No whammies.
Oh,
no
if I'm
whammies.
allowed.
I'm not gonna be any help either.
We just rolled like booty cheeks tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
Speak for yourself.
Ed. Let me roll for Via. Let me see what she got. What's Via got cooking here?
Yeah, because this is kind of against what we were told by the Spy Master. Because, like, we were told that she potentially left them to get information and has some weird, shady dealings going on.
Insight. 9. Not very good.
Hell yeah, Via.
Okay, dude.
You lying?
Edwin, you can tell that she's definitely hiding something.
All right. Edwin is going to nudge Xanthi because she was asking the question, and he wants her to be the mean one.
Yeah, I could be back up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine Xanthi's looking for it. She can't see it, and so part of her is just like, man, shit, what if it is just bad info? But I think also just with that reinforcement from Edwin.
So yeah, Edwin sees the internal monologue and then just kind of nudges you.
Yeah. And so continuing in Bad Cop, Well, there are simply rumors. Perhaps you are not as secretive as you may like. There are those that also believe that perhaps your certain disappearances you have a tendency of going on may be related to some ethereal entities with those minds. It seems to correspond with their own activities. Are you sure there is nothing you would like to speak on now?
If I can, I'd like not to.
You don't have that choice right now.
And if I choose not to?
Well, I would be concerned for a sentinel that does not see it fit to share the information that they have.
I think what my sister is trying to allude to is that we are concerned about the safety of Daria, and we are just trying to do our best to investigate any potential secrets that could lead to endangering Daria in any way. This is not a means to be disrespectful or to pry, but we need to know this information if we are to trust you.
Kaylin, because of Xanthi sort of kickoff and pressuring and your urging, making a persuasion check with advantage.
Well, teamwork. It's almost like if we worked together and didn't hate each other, we could get a lot of stuff done.
Ooh, okay.
Too bad you suck.
Not the second time with advantage, baby.
Only because
Well,
of
that was my
Xanthi.
part.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Again, we worked together.
That was not the one that was supposed to play. Hello? Okay. There we go. Kaylin, as you speak those words, you see her kind of like furrow at the brow momentarily, almost ready to just get up and leave then. But then you disarm her with your words, and she sort of melts a bit.
I grew up in the House Eldrin mines. My parents were miners, and me and my brother worked in the mines as well. Doric was his name. He was my older brother, and he was abducted. He was devoured by those face spiders. And the first time I dealt with the face spiders, once the population had grown out of control, once I learned how to do it. From where they came from, I could hear his voice. Just a kid he still was. And so I learned more and more how to bridge that gap between planes. And I discovered what the phase spiders, what they're feeding. Those spiders in particular are connected to the Feywild. And there is a grove there that holds the spirits of children. And they help keep that portion of the Feywild youthful and healthy.
So through House Umbrin, I needed a way to converse with those spirits. So that is why I don't fully kill the Fey spiders, and that's why I disappear for a time. Because I go into the Feywild, and I speak with my brother.
And so what you said initially about maintaining at least some population for the sake of preventing more dangerous things from coming through, that was a lie then?
Not entirely, not nearly as likely, but should I kill those Fey spiders, potentially House Eldrin would be fine and there'd be no Umber Hulks or Illithid that come through, but that grove within the Feywild would die. Whatever portion of that land would crumble to dust and fade, claimed by that blight that surrounds the Feywild. And I'd lose my brother forever.
And yet keeping those Fey spiders around allows the potential for others to end up with a similar fate as your brother. And that is something you are willing to sacrifice in order to keep that connection?
I feel as though that you look about the balance of the world as simple black and white. Destroying something within the Feywild might not initially have any impact on Adaria or the material plane. But tomorrow it could. 10 years, 20, 50 years from now it could. The very essence of the Feywild is what allows our crops to grow as strong as they do. The ley lines there is what allows the fields of House Thornfield to grow. That grove is what blocks the blight from accessing the majority of the Feywild. And if the Feywild is consumed by that blight, then the crops of House Thornfield might not grow nearly as strong. And then 20 years from now, there's a famine that wipes out half the nation's population. I feel as though one thing that's very important for someone who would be Sentinel to know is that there is a difference between doing what is right today and what will be right tomorrow or a year from now. Killing all the Fey spiders would keep the people of Adaria safe today, but it does nothing about tomorrow or a year from now. No one can have perfect foresight of the future. Even those most talented diviners can misinterpret.
Thank you. I know that was not easy. But your honesty is important to us. And it paints a very strong perspective of how you view this competition, and I think that's important to us. I have no more questions. Anybody else? Kick her out.
All right. With that, she'll get up and she'll nod and she'll leave.
I don't think she
Not
likes
bad.
us very much.
I actually really like that answer though. That's really funny. That made her go up in my ranking. Oh.
I think we went down on her ranking, but well, that's a thing.
All right.
But yeah, bear.
Bune. So
Yum yum. Bebe.
he lumbers on in and he says,
He lumbers.
Thank you for opportunity to speak.
and you see he just goes to sit in the chair, and then he'll sort of look and say,
Is this okay?
Yes. Please, you're fine.
I know that from what I have de decorum,
Decorum.
decorum, that you do not sit until king sit. But you all were sitting already, so it was okay that I sat.
Yes, there is no king here.
But you are hand of king, so you are part of the king.
Kaylin will give Bjorn the same spiel that she has given the other two contestants to assure him he is doing everything fine.
Yes. I am thankful for opportunity to prove my skills and my will to protect. For a long time, I protect Kaylin. It was a great honor. For an even longer time, I protect Serpent's Grove, which was greatest honor of my life, but now I know that protecting Idaria as a whole and protecting you all is what would be the greatest mission of my life. But you, Princess, and they ask about my laws and my victories. What I think of the others.
Yes.
I think that all of them have great strengths as warriors, as hunters, as trackers, some as talkers. Victor, especially, very strong talker. Garrett as well, very strong talker, but also a strong warrior. Victor mostly just a strong talker, but funny, very funny. Serafina, she seems to be the one who is least inclined for personal connection. The 7 of us, we tried to speak to each other throughout the day, so I thought it'd be best if we feel like comrades, if we feel like companions, as opposed to enemies. Serafina seems not to be interested in that. So, I think Serafina is strong, very, very powerful indeed. But I worry that she does not care that it is duty. And while obligation and oaths are important, a true will to protect is important as well. In terms of my own trials, I must admit that I am frustrated with myself. So many times I have come so close, but I trip. I misstep. It is different, you must understand. I'm not used to an audience. Idarians, they whisper very, very a lot. They speak in hushed tones, they hide things so much. If I am honest, it makes me want to shed my skin. I feel it underneath it. If that makes any sense. That is why in past trial I do so well. Because there were no eyes, there were no whispers, no voices. It was me alone, doing what I know I am good at. I do not know how much of Sentinel will be political, but I have made effort to learn, to read. As much as it goes against my nature, I try. And I may misstep in court, and I may misstep in the eyes of the viewer, the audience, but I at least know that when it comes to it, that I can succeed. That I can win.
Well, you will be part of the royal court. Being able to make appearances and have strength politically would be part of your job. And if having an audience, perhaps working with others is going to be a difficult point for you, that is one thing. But we also have reason to believe that you have other ties that could be potential complications and prevent you from truly acting as a sentinel should. We already know you have certain vows or the like that you have with the Serpent's Grove. But we're also aware that you seem to have some kind of mark or curse that is placed upon you. Seems that you are also more than willing to participate in certain rituals that you would also like to keep hidden from others. Does make me question how much we can trust, not only in your intentions, but also your ties. Being connected to the Serpent's Grove is one thing, but you'll be serving a Daria, not whatever you are connected to.
Caleb's gonna side-eye the fuck out of Xanthi.
Princess Xanthi, I mean no offense by this, but you say a lot there. So if you will allow me, I will go piece by piece to your critiques, your questions. But it may take me a moment.
We do have other contestants to get to as well.
Please take your time,
I know
Bjorn.
common is difficult.
No,
But please.
Caitlin,
Take your time.
thank you, but she raises important concerns. And there are other contestants to get to. You ask first about decorum and the difficulty. The life I have lived is in Serpent's Grove. When I was young. But I have seen the world. I have experienced a great deal of many things. I have acclimated to cultures stranger than Adaria. It is different, yes. But I will adapt, should I be chosen. I do not know how much politicking Rainier did, but considering what I have heard of him, I fear as though... not fear. I think as though we would be similar in our approaches to politics. My duty is to serve Adaria, not to... persuade Adarians. It is to protect them. In terms of these allegiances to Serpent's Grove, I do not know how else to put it, but my allegiance to Serpent's Grove, it is not that it does not matter now, but it is that this matters more. You do not have matriarchs the same way that the Serpent's Grove does. But Senua, she spoke with forces far beyond our understanding. And when she spoke to me, what I had told all of you before already, I trust Senua, and that is unwavering. And that means that I am destined to be here, Sentinel or not. The markings that I'm sure that your spy master had learned of. During the night of Crimson Tears, it was not just House Fulcrus that was attacked. The Serpent's Grove was as well. They were searching for something. And I tried to stop them, and for the most part I did. But as I grew weary, as I grew exhausted, they were able to restrain me, and they tried to mark me. They channeled that foul magic into me, but I rejected it. I stopped them, and I killed those servants of Alistair Draven and the King in Crimson. I fought in that rebellion because it was personal to me. I do not know what he sought within the Serpent's Grove, but I would not allow him have it. That is what that marking is. I will submit to whatever tests you deem necessary, but what Kaelin can tell you is the oaths that I take. They are not just a hand on a book and a promise. They bind me. I cannot speak a lie. But...
And you think that would be useful for someone that is to be sentinel?
that I cannot speak a lie. You would know that I am an honest servant.
Well, that may be so, but should you ever be compromised, similarly restrained, what's to, well, stop that from being used against you, used against Adaria?
Do you think I would succumb to pain and torture?
I believe you almost were. You were marked, weren't you?
I almost succumbed to being marked. But as I said, I rejected it. I fought back where others, weaker-willed, would have fallen. And I can promise you this, Princess Xanthi. I would never betray my words to Senua or my oaths. I would
So is your
never
loyalty then to
bend.
Senua or to Adaria?
It is to Adaria because that is what Senua wanted. It is what
Then
the
one
serpent
seems
wanted.
to supersede the other, does it not?
It does
I would
not.
remind you, dear sister, that Senua, my mother, belonged to Adaria and was a child of Adaria, just like the rest of us. I'd watch your tongue, speaking of my mother. Bjorn, I think another question that was brought to us by Davian, something that is very personal to me, is that when you brought me here, Davian claims that there are others that traveled with you. I don't have memory of others traveling with us. But I wanted to speak with you on the matter. Because if anything, it seems as though some of my siblings have a lot of doubt in you, even though you have proven your ability, along with everyone else here, and your loyalty to not only the Serpent's Grove, which is a part of Adaria. time and time again. But please, continue to defend yourself since you have been placed under such scrutiny.
Before I answer your question, Kaylin, I want to make one thing very clear.
And he looks to you, Xanthi.
I know that the ways of the Serpent's Grove are stern. To someone born and raised in Adaria. Family members turn on family members for political gain. But that is not the way of the Serpent's Grove. I am not here because Senua told me. To be here, I am here because Senua told me what she saw, what she heard, and I determined it was best for me to be here. To protect. But I understand. Just like with Victor or Thalia, there is a hurdle, because I am an outsider. And if I am chosen, I would fight to prove myself as otherwise. I just wanted that to be clear. But to answer your question, Caitlin, I must ask you first. Are you sure that you remember nothing of those days that we traveled together?
Do I, Joe?
It's also vague and fuzzy.
I was scared, Bjorn. I'd never left the Serpent's Grove before. And soon my world of trees was replaced with castle walls and more people than I've ever seen before. I don't remember much. But I could have sworn it was just the two of us. But now Davian has said something else. So I think we need to know.
For the vast majority of the travel, it was just us. But I think that you repressed what happened. And had I known that you did not know, I would have told you. We left the Serpent's Grove with 3 others to make sure that you arrived in Crom's Rest safely. Within the first few nights, we took watch. We rested. And then, after leaving the first town within Adarian, our Hostornfield lands, those other 3 attempted to take your life. Learning the truth of your lineage. They tried to kill you. They drew their weapons, and you screamed. You saw something I wish that you never needed to see. And I believe that for as long as since that moment has passed, your mind has forced you to forget. You have always seen me as kind, as gentle to a degree. But in that moment, I was none of those things. They died screaming, ripped limb from limb.
understand.
Their master, I believe, was that of the same individuals that attacked me yesterday. The more I think of it. They had not yet worn the masks or the cloaks. But if there is a group that wishes to see the downfall of Adaria, I cannot think of any other that would. Trying to take your life, then, and potentially trying to gain revenge yesterday.
Thank you, Bjorn.
I'm
For your
sorry that you
honesty.
had to find out this way.
It seems as though nothing is private anymore. And I am just glad to know. And I am glad that you are here. Sentinel or not, you are a true hero. And a true guardian of Adaria. No matter what some may think. So thank you for everything. It's clear that Kaylin wants to say more, but she's kind of really angry. But she's doing her best to maintain a lot of composure right now. If there are no more questions. If there are no more questions. Galen looks at Xanthi.
She'll just look back over at Bjorn. You may leave.
For your time, for your questions, and for your willingness to allow an outsider to participate. I have heard of what you have done so far. And I believe that there are many more hard decisions that lie in front of you. And I do wish all of you the very best in those endeavors. And when this trial is over, I will still return to Crown's Rest to help your uncle. In whatever way I can.
And he'll give another small nod of his head. He'll head out.
So are you going to be disrespectful to everyone who enters this room, or just Bjorn?
We're here to question the contestants, Kaylin.
We are
Personal
not to
feelings
be.
is way of it.
Nah, I could say the same for you, Xanthi. That was extremely disrespectful.
We asked the same of the other contestants.
No. We did not.
Do we need to take an extra 20 minutes instead of the 15?
No. Send the next person in.
Before we do that, let's please. Never mind. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm quite fine.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Sorry, something in my eye. The next contestant is ushered in. Victor Bloodwood from Maldonia. It is very nice to see all of you again from yesterday's festivities, and to give a bow, and he will look towards the seat. May I?
Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And he'll sit down and say, I'm sure that Edwin told you of our conversation.
I assume you did, right?
Yeah, you did.
You did.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Good. Just as you had said in our conversation. I was hoping that wasn't going to open up incredibly awkward, but I trusted my intuition there. I want to say that I do believe I have a plan should you wish to pursue that, Edwin. I figured this was the best place for us to talk semi-privately about what we had discussed without it looking too suspicious. There is one servant in particular who is very messy about the tracks they leave behind, and
Victor, I appreciate. First, go over the games.
of course,
And then we'll use our extra time, should we have some, to discuss.
very well.
Bazanthi?
Yes, so
Yeah, I mean, I imagine we're
what
doing
could I have done
same
better?
spiels.
And what do we think of the other contestants? Well, truthfully, I think that everybody is quite kind. Truthfully, I really don't have anything too negative to say about any of them. Seraphina does seem to despise my very existence, but other than that, she seems like a very kind woman. Passionate, very knowledgeable about all things divine and infernal. You don't see that very often. I think that is quite nice. Garrett is a patriot through and through. He loves his country. What can you say about that? Brenna, you wouldn't think of it when you first interact with her, or even on the second, third, or fourth time you interact with her. But once she gets a couple of ales down, she's actually quite nice to have a conversation with. She will talk for hours about plants and alchemy, non-stop, truthfully. It's hard to get her to shut up, actually. Bjorn, believe it or not, quite the arm wrestler. I know you wouldn't think of it with the whole werebear thing, but you know, it's quite good. Astarius, strange, but in an endearing way. I like to think, for me at least, he very strange. But it's funny to see him, to edge him on to talk to nobility and see how he speaks to them. It is, wow, really does not know how to hold a conversation. And Athalia, wow. I think that if I was in all of your position, I think that's probably who my front runner would be, if I'm being entirely honest. She has got the wit, she has got the power, she has got this sort of, I don't think charisma is the right word, but it is effortless. This charismatic stoicism, I think, would be the word I would use. And she's won, I think, more trials than any of the rest of us. And aside from yesterday, she has been almost infallible in her approach to anything and everything that she has tried. So that is quite impressive, I must say. In terms of myself, well, I think that there are strengths and weaknesses to all contestants and candidates at any trial, from the most lowly pig pageant to something as grand as the Sentinel Festival. In terms of places where I could have done better, I would have loved to have won more trials. And I think in places otherwise, I would have liked to have lost less. I think that is good personal feedback. Perhaps have done more to won more trials and done less to have lost less trials.
What exactly do you think you would have done to lose less trials?
You are
Tried
aware
harder.
There is only one trial you have not been victorious in, yes.
Is there? I'm not keeping track. I'm just showing up every day, doing my best. Really? One? Wow. Time flies. Well, then I guess there's not much I could have done. No, I kid. I joke. No. Humble. I could have done better. The one trial, it was so long ago. Which one was it? I honestly can't remember.
It was the third trial. You were, well, held by Thalia with magic, I presume.
Yes. You see, I remember it now. I spent a long time reflecting and thinking about that loss and what it means to me. And, well, after reflecting on it, I do realize there were things I could have done differently.
Such as?
Oh, specifics. You wanted examples. You see, within my collection of curios, I do have in my possession an amulet of dispel magic. An amulet that, if I choose to attune to it, should I be paralyzed or contained by a magical effect, provided the spell is not too powerful, the amulet will automatically discharge whatever magic is there. I suppose I probably should have worn that amulet, truth be told, but I didn't want to give myself too many advantages. I mean, when you have been as many places as I have, you collect quite a few artifacts, quite a few items, and I try not to pull those out of my my cabinet of curios, as I feel it's an unfair advantage, but perhaps using more of my trinkets is what I should do.
So you are truly then someone that needs to rely on little tricks, so to speak. Cannot help but notice for, well, every trial it seems you have never been able to engage directly and seem, well, haven't shown any prowess in terms of martial capabilities. Every time you simply rely on what little spells and trinkets, as you say. Is that truly all you have to rely on then?
I think that is reductive, almost. Don't you think? Listen, let us say you give us a trial that is as simple as hammering a nail into a board. That is something that is incredibly simple, that requires some amount of physical prowess. It requires dexterity to hit the nail on the head to not bend it, and it requires strength to have the nail pierce through the wood all the way in one fell swoop. Could I use my dexterity and physical strength to do that? Yes, I could. But what if I instead tricked Bjorn into doing it for me? Technically, it is my efforts that caused Bjorn to hit the hammer, or to hit the nail with the hammer, and Bjorn would strike a nail much harder than me and with much more dexterity, as he has much more prowess than me. I'm still the one that caused Bjorn to hit it, so it's still my responsibility that I completed that trial. I do not think that it is a disadvantage to have a toolbox in place of what some might consider martial prowess. Would you give the same critique to Garrett, should he choose to kick down a door instead of pick a lock?
But you are aware that this position requires a certain sense of martial prowess. We are not here simply to look for some kind of mage. We already have such a position in the council, and it is already filled.
That is true, but I am no archmage. No. I am not quite as studious, nor as well read. But you would be so surprised how many problems in this world can be fixed by redirecting. By channeling energy elsewhere, or shutting it off before it becomes a problem. But your question is about martial prowess. Through the powers that I have, while my strength and dexterity are not nearly as strong, if it came down to it, to fight a battle or go toe-to-toe with a warrior or some beast. I would use a collection of environmental hazards to attempt to disarm or slow it. And then using the powers that are within me, I use that to guide my strikes. Just as well as a warrior with a great axe would do with their strength. But I find that it is so crude. Why use sharpened stone to cut a log when you can use hard wrought iron to do so? Better yet, invent a machine that cuts the wood for you. Do you know what I mean?
Well, we cannot fault resourcefulness, I suppose.
And that is all I claim to be. Is, of course, the other contestants. They might have more martial prowess than me. I would never deny that. I mean, Bjorn could rip a 200-year-old tree in half with his bare hands. And Thalia could strike a bird from 500 feet away with one thrust of her spear.
So let's talk about your strengths then, which seems to be in the trade of secrets.
Oh, secrets? I do know a few things, but I have a lot of strengths. Great deal.
Correct, and the trade of secrets seems to be one of them, along with your quick tongue. You know how to talk your way in and out of things, and you also know how to talk to the right people. You do seem to have a lot of information on our family.
Who told you that?
Our sources
I'm
are
sure
our
you know.
own. And I would not be so confident then in your ability to sneak around the royal family. You were noticed. And that
By
is what
Davian,
matters
yes.
here.
And his clergyman. Oh, do you know what I did? Do you want to know? I'll tell you what I searched for, what information.
That is what we are asking, yes.
I went to Crown's Rest, and I went to the Upper District. And I went to the hold of the manor of the Hand of the King. I asked the guards there, when the last time the Hand of the King was here, what they had been up to, what they had been doing. And then I walked to a store right across the road from the manor, and I asked the merchants in there what they had done, who they had seen, who they had talked to. Then I went to a library, and in that library I asked if there were any books on the royal family, specifically related to King Talon, or to Edamir, or to the late Queen Elendara. I read none of those books. I didn't really care about any of that information. I just wanted to see if someone was paying attention, and it seems as though they were. But not close enough. Apparently, those clergymen that were watching me didn't see that I never opened the books. I sat there in the library.
Those were not the reports that we were concerned with. It was not simply that you were gaining information, that it was also that there was coded messages that you were receiving. That is not simply going around and asking questions now, is it?
No, it is not. Coded messages, you say?
Yes.
I would love some more specifics. Coded messages to... where?
Is this like a genuine thing of like this isn't sparking anything for him?
Make an insight check.
May I also make one?
Please help.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Anybody who would like to could make one.
Hell yeah, high numbers once again.
Oh!
Hell yeah.
Well,
Whoa!
oh my god! We can share it, Bear. What?
Kaelin and Merrick slowly look at each other, give each other the nod.
Yeah.
Did you just say we can share it, Merrick?
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I did. Did you like that? Catch
That's
that
awesome.
rhyme?
Yeah.
No, I
Inside.
wasn't. No.
Via,
Bars.
I woke up at 3 a.m.
Via also got a 9.
I'm so sorry, Ryan.
Just
No, it's fine.
just so everyone's aware.
A D20 wake you up? Your sound sure did.
A little bit, yeah. I'm glad I remembered to click over so it wasn't a 10-minute delay like last time. You know?
So, you the two of you look to each other, and you have a moment as you look back to him, and he is so entirely convincing. It is so effortless. It is so easy. But the two of you just catch this little subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth, a smile. You're not sure exactly what that means, but you have an inkling that maybe he thinks he's getting away with something.
You have a tell, Victor. It's not subtle.
No, my friend. It is subtle. You just have a keen eye. Both of you do. As he looks to you, Kaelin, who, like, you're also brow furrowed looking at him. We all do. And I'm glad that you caught it. You see, one thing that is very important to me is that those that I work with, that they are not easy to get things by. I made that mistake once in my life, and I will never do so again. Never. Again. So yes, coded messages. I did exchange that through a contact that I have within Brown's Rest. I'm
Exchanging information on us.
not on all of you, no. On the council. That is what I was interested in.
Why?
Because I do not believe that your council has your king's best interest at heart.
So you would wish to form accusations against those in the council then?
The problem is that I have no concrete information so far. I have whispers. I have secret meetings. But the king, I believe, is not aware of.
And what is that information then?
That individuals, specifically Davian and Morgana, not together but separately, have been meeting with individuals outside of what is known to the king. Part of the reason that I came was to try and learn more about that. As much as I would... That is the reason why I want to be Sentinel, is so I can try and determine what exactly is happening there. And the best way to figure out what is happening on the council is to be on the council. Because...
And why exactly is someone from Aldara so interested in the dealings of Adaria?
It is because of I know this is going to sound crazy, so I hope that you forgive me for sounding a little insane. But it is because of suspicions I have related to dragons. I would like all of you to make a deception check real quick.
Oh, you don't think we can hide our faces?
Yeah, that's exactly what this is.
Oh,
Poker face, baby.
oh, I'm scared. Yeah.
They got a natural 20. What the hell? Oh,
What the
wait,
fuck, Xanthi?
Jesus
What the
Christ.
fuck, Xanthi?
It's not
What
natural.
the fuck?
Okay, wait. 3 of us rolled really, really high. One of them being a natural 20.
And then Xanthi's bitch ass.
Octavia got a 14.
And Via also rolled really high.
Oh, wait a second.
Really
What is
high.
Octavia get?
Not deception.
Really high.
So let me roll deception. I rolled persuasion.
Natural.
Okay.
It's a
She
filtered 20.
rolled.
Does that help?
Really high.
11
I can
is what
tell.
Octavia got.
Hey, you know what?
God
I'll take
damn
it.
it.
That's not bad.
3 out of 5.
3.5.
Oh.
That's not bad.
Xanthi's face is
Yeah,
literally
Xanthi's,
like,
dropped.
he knows about the dragons? Oh my god.
What is that?
Everyone else is like, bitch, keep it together.
It's like Xanthi's been like pressing in this whole time, and then immediately just like, fuck.
She doesn't
Starts
even fucking make a
sweating.
face. She just
Dude.
says that out loud.
See it feel sweat, or it's just like pouring down her face.
Xanthi sweat.
Xanthi
Canonically.
sweat.
Ice
No.
cubes.
No.
She just shivers.
I think Xanthi definitely. This isn't what I was thinking of, but
It's
this is
never sweat.
this is definitely what
Just like-
Xanthi looks like right now.
Oh, Jesus.
It's so good.
Wait, actually, can I just post that and there you go. Live.
All right, so Gemma,
Xanthi.
Live.
you need
He's
to
like, which
draw
one of you
that-
fuckers talked? Like,
you
dude.
need to draw that image, Gemma. But of
Ah,
Xanthi.
Xanthi. Please. Please.
Okay. So Victor, he will say that and he'll just sort of scan the 5 of you. And then he won't say anything else. He'll wait for your guys' response. Whoever speaks first.
Okay.
It won't be. It's not gonna be Xanthi. All right, sorry, Merrick, go ahead.
It's definitely gonna be Xanthi.
No. Merrick said go on, right? What'd you say, Merrick?
Yeah. He's just
Okay.
saying like, okay, and
Yeah.
like
Let's
we
go
don't
with
need
that.
to respond to that. Go on.
And I
Dario has not had.
Oh, fuck. Okay, you continue.
Shut up.
Shut up,
Shut up,
Xanthi.
Xanthi.
Shut up, Xanthi.
I thought he wasn't gonna say anything. I thought
No,
that was
shut-
enough for him. Anyways,
so
He's
you're
got
okay,
enough.
you're okay.
You don't need to talk right
I
now.
want to penetrate myself.
So an alternate dimension splits off where Xanthi does. But
Horns first.
Merrick says go on, and Victor will respond to that, and he'll say, yes, so, I had suspicions of that because I had heard of strange activity within Adaria. Even things from before what transpired with all of you and Rainier on the side of the road on the way to Rosemont. And then, within Rosemont, I had heard that you all had traveled to Serwyn Keep. Now, that I thought was very interesting, especially once I heard word that there were ambush drakes that attacked all of you on the road there. So what I did is I started reading within Maldaris about how Serwyn, about Alistair Draven, about their dealings. And one thing that I had found was that allegedly Alistair Draven, towards the beginning of his reign, actually used some type of draconic magic to help secure his throne at one point in time during that rebellion. And the knights of House Serwyn, specifically Galdrin, was part of what allowed him to find whatever that was, at least within the text that I read about. Now, all of you went into Serwyn Keep, but then, apparently a few days later, there was an individual that arrived in Rosemont from Maldaris. A rather infamous individual that I have crossed paths with before. He is a man that is almost like a boogeyman within Maldaris. An individual that is known as the Shepherd, but his name is Voresh, and very little is known about him. But we have crossed paths before, and I barely escaped with my life. I was much younger at the time. I didn't have as many skills and tools as I do now, but apparently he was there and also traveled to Serwyn Keep, so I went to Serwyn Keep as well. And granted, it was difficult because most of the tunnel had collapsed, but I was able to do a little bit of delving, as a lot of the rebel had been cleared away already. And I saw draconic markings. So, from there, I started to build a case. I started to think about what individuals could be connected, what could be happening, who could these potential draconic connections be connecting to. And I had read more about what was happening in Sallowshade, in Maldaris, far, far, far in the north. There has been some sightings of draconic cults there. But what I had learned about Sallowshade is that some of that information was going to two places when it was leaving. Some information was being taken by sailors of House Veltaris, and other bits of information was being taken to the capital by royal messengers. That is what led me to the collection, or the connection to the council. So and there is one more piece to this truth that I am afraid that I cannot share with you. Because
Why not?
it involves an individual who is quite powerful within the Darien politics, and I would not feel right going behind their back and disclosing my relationship with them.
But you understand everything that you've just told us is of utmost importance and extreme danger to Adaria. Be it that it's true, or there's any truth to it, don't you think we should know the full of the truth? I mean, what is said in this room stays in this room amongst us.
Make a persuasion check, Kaylin.
Okay.
Guidance.
Okay.
Hey, what was that?
Y'all really got some guidance right there.
Didn't even need it.
We don't need
23.
that shit.
This is what she good at, baby. You do be a swindler, though.
I want to tell you, because I think that it would help bridge this gap between us of distrust. But I am afraid that when I do that, it could cause a rift between you and another. And that is not what I would wish to have happen. Because I truly believe that in order to protect your king, that this individual did what they thought was best. Because if the king knew about this potential problem, considering the tenuous circumstances surrounding the monarch,
that any drastic changes to the council could cause dissent and public dismay. So this individual I was able to make contact with from previous adventures and escapades, and I reached out to them to see if there was anything that they had heard. And I met with them in private, making sure that no one knew of our meeting. And it was shortly after what had happened to Rainier. So I was instructed by them that it would be best if I participated in the Sentinel Festival, if those outside of Adaria were called out to. And so
So this person is on the council.
Yes. It is the Lord Regent. It is Lord Gareth.
And what exactly did the two of you discuss?
Well, simply I asked him about what I had found in Serwyn Keep, in Sallow Shade, and the messages that were going back to the Royal Keep. He said that he had no knowledge of dragons of any kind, but it has always been a tenuous topic of discussion. And as far as he is aware, there have always been those in the Darien politics that have still held some potential reverence for the dragon's hierarchy. So, he instructed me that I should investigate further. And my investigation has led me to a bit of a halt until I came here and I started to see what Davian was doing. And I thought that perhaps if this individual was trying to potentially extort or find information to extort one of the king's hand, one of the heirs, then perhaps that is the individual that I'm looking for. But Garrett had nothing to offer me aside from what counsel he could in those private meetings and coded messages. I'm very glad that it never went back to it was Gareth receiving those. But I am curious as to how he knew that I was receiving them. He is a good spy master, in that case at least.
So let's segue into that conversation then, if we have time. Edwin looks to the rest of the siblings.
Yeah, Gillen just nods.
Without a shadow of a doubt, could you say that you have no affiliation with Davian at all?
With Davian Thalion, your current spy master, no, I have no affiliation with him.
Alliances, anything, nothing at all, is what you're saying?
No, nothing.
But Gareth specifically employed you to do this.
I would not say employed. I reached out to him because of my suspicions, and he was the only one on the council that I had at least had any type of contact with before, that I knew of, that I thought would answer my requests. So we met, and he said that if I truly believed that the Sentinel Festival would be the best way to get my way either onto the council or discover more. So that is what I did.
Galen nods and then looks back to Edwin. Sorry, just wanted to confirm that.
No. So, you had started talking before, and I apologize for rudely interrupting. Wanted to get the formalities and questions out of the way. Could you please continue with what information you gathered about the people that have been following me?
Yes, there is one individual, a younger man, an elf, maybe in his 20s. He's very sloppy about where he follows and where he goes, and he spends quite a bit of time alone. Well, not always alone, but in a place where it would be easy to corner him alone. In a rather vulnerable position, I think I would say. It is a brothel.
And
Yes.
oh,
A true man of the cloth. Yes. Not all vows are
So when
sacred, I
he's-
guess.
so when he's not following me, he is
Fornicating, yes.
there.
Yes. Excuse my tone.
Do you know what information this individual has been gathering?
Well,
Any meetings with Davian? Any information you have is helpful.
the most I can say from when I have been following him, and he has been following you, is I know that you do have had quite a few meetings with the daughter of the king of Dernonathi. Sometimes just the two of you alone, sometimes within the common dining hall of the foreign guests of Adaria. And also, he has been not only following you, but making rounds near the chambers of the royalty of House Folkrest,
Which ones?
specifically near the kings during the day.
Edwin's face tenses up, and you see he goes from kind of okay to very pissed off. And where exactly is this person? This elf? Where are they?
It is 10 a.m. now. Probably making the rounds near the temple within the keep. At around noon is when they typically go by the royal family's rooms, and then later in the evening is when they depart to Sea Haven.
And they just... Do they ever sneak into the rooms?
No. They walk past, they walk slowly, and they listen. Like any good collector of information should, they listen. They try to hear anything. I myself, well, I have made my way down there before. Not as me, of course. That would be a terrible idea. But I have disguised myself before to move throughout as a servant. I promise going nowhere where I shouldn't, just following him.
Are there any others? Or is it just this one?
There are others. The others just are better at covering their tracks. This one is the most obvious, and it seems to be his responsibility is sometimes following you, but mostly just making that check every day around noon to the king's chambers.
Right. Is there any other information you have?
Information? No. Suspicions? I think I have a few, but I don't know if it's best to share those now because they are suspicions about you, Prince Edwin.
About me?
Yes, a few.
Well... Let's hear them.
Are you sure?
Yes. Yes, I'm sure.
All right. I want to be clear that I am good at what I do. So, if I am right about any of this, it's not because you were sloppy necessarily, it's just because I'm good. Yeah?
What are the suspicions, Victor?
Well, you have spent a great deal of your life within the lands of the Nornathi. And I believe that while you do have a great deal of love for those people, and being a diplomatic envoy there has been very rewarding, and being away from a Darien culture has been very nice for you, I think that the culture is not the only thing that you have grown a connection with. I think that you have definitely formed a very strong fondness for the daughter of the King of the Nornathi. I am pretty sure that the two of you have relations together. And the weakest suspicion that I have, but judging by the look on your face, is that the young girl that travels with her is most likely your daughter, since it coincides well with, I believe, one of your returns to the Nornathi people, if the timing breaks down correctly. Am I wrong about any of that?
Edwin. I don't have my camera on, so my face doesn't matter.
Yeah, how's bro looking?
Probably like Xanthi was a little bit ago.
Probably shouldn't have called his bluff there. He didn't
I was
want
like-
to
that's why he was
respond to
like-
the
Well, no,
allegations.
it's-
He was
it's
like,
not
"Are you
calling his
sure you
bluff.
want me to do this?"
It's not calling
Okay.
his bluff. It's just Edwin's like, I'm gonna have to deal with this anyways. So better to hear the suspicions than not. Which they're not suspicions.
They're
They're
troops.
facts.
They're troops.
Edwin was honestly kind of had his hands up towards his like face, covering his mouth and nose, like put them together, and kind of looking down the entire time as he was talking.
That is the face of someone who is not guilty.
I'm guilty of nothing. But your suspicions are reality. Who else have you told?
Who else have I told? No one. You see, right now I am a one-man operation.
It would be in your best interest to not say anything to anyone until Edwin has made that decision.
That makes a lot of sense. I was going to tell this cute innkeeper girl down in Sea Haven later, but I suppose I'll keep it to myself for now.
I appreciate the joke, but let's keep those to a minimum right now.
I got my one in, so I will not do any more.
You can understand my frustration to hear that the spy is keeping tabs on my daughter.
Yes, and I suppose that is where I am confused, truthfully, as to why. The only thing I can think is that he keeps tabs on them to use them as leverage, but for why?
Well, those are questions I cannot answer at this time, but I
I had
think
to-
that
Oh, but... sorry.
I would like to continue this relationship. If you could continue following those who follow me, gathering any information you can.
I would be happy to continue to do so, but I think that this arrangement is going to come to an end here soon. There is only 2 more trials left, and then a sentinel is chosen. I suppose before I do much more, I'd like to know if my skills are welcome here, and, well, truth be told, living life is very expensive. Is there a way I'm going to be reimbursed for the work that I do so I can have a place to sleep and food to eat?
If we find it fit to bring you into our employ, then all of that will be guaranteed. But as to who we employ from this festival, that is something that will be decided amongst us and is yet to be decided.
Of course. You know, most people, they like to get things in writing, but I have learned the hard way that that is not always a good idea. Spoken word is good enough for me.
And if you do remember our conversation previously, to which my siblings do know about, even if you are not chosen as Sentinel, I did extend the invitation, Ground's Rest, to continue things.
Very good. Well, as long as we are all on the same page, then I see no reason why the work can't continue. I will ask one question, though. Considering the work I am doing for Gareth, is there anything all of you would like to share that could potentially help in my search?
No.
Let us
Anything
discuss
that we may
further.
have is, yes, for later. Your skills have been noted, Victor. We are, again, yet to conclude this festival. We cannot offer anything concrete, as you seem to wish.
Of course, I understand.
But know that we will talk again. All of us.
I'm sure of it.
And we will discuss internally about what we can do.
Yes. All right. Well, then there are other contestants, and the trial will be here sooner than we know. I will allow you to get to the rest of them. Thank you for allowing me to take up so much of your time, and I look forward to our continued partnership.
I have one last question for you, Victor.
I also do. You go first.
Victor, why should I believe a single word you say?
Truthfully, if you're doing your job correctly, you shouldn't. A healthy amount of suspicion is what keeps assassins' blades away from your throat. And that is not a threat, it is a piece of advice. You should never trust a single thing I say. It is advice. It is an idea. But the moment that you fully trust someone, well, you open yourself to be stabbed in the back. At least that is what I have learned. Drab or not, it is the world that I know I live in. So, you should not believe me, but you should take what I say seriously and determine if it's something that would help you. I think that's the best thing I can say. Anything else would just seem like I'm trying to get into a private club. Say the right things to get the guard at the door to let me in. I want to get paid, don't get me wrong. But you should only believe me if you're inclined to.
glances to Xanthi.
I admit this has nothing to do with, well, little to do with the festival itself. But it is something I did want to ask. During the dinner that we had with you and the other contestants, Serafina had made mention of having, at least within her order, capabilities of severing infernal connections, and yet you seemed very adamant in your refusal. Why?
For one, I know a little bit more about that ritual, that process, than what she was leading on to say. Most tieflings that go through it, they die. You attempt to break them in half and reform them as something else, effectively killing them and reincarnating them, and hope they come back as some type of fleshy human that resembles living life, but most of the time does not. That being said, I am who I am today because of what this thing people believe to be some type of infernal curse. Sure, there is some devil in the hells that owns a part of me, but that part that they own does not affect who I am right now, what I choose to do with my life. And if the horns and the red skin are what bother me, and he snaps his fingers and he turns into like handsome Shrek, you know, he's got long black hair and like a solid jaw, you know, not red skin, I can look like this and I can sound like this if it really bothered me who I am and what I look like. But it doesn't. I am who I am. And a lot of the times it helps me. If I corner someone who I think is doing nefarious acts, a tiefling with sharp teeth is a lot more intimidating than some handsome man you'd hope to meet in a bar, you know?
The devil does not concern you.
The devil that owns the part of my soul has never made contact with me. I am a drop of water in a vast ocean. And if there could come a day where I could sever that connection, sure. But they own that part of me. They do not own what is here. They own what happens to me after I die, but until then, I'm free. I'm free to do what I want.
That is all. You may take your leave.
Very well. King's Hand, a great honor as always, and I so very much look forward to our next encounter. And he will give a very low, formal, sweeping bow and turn on his heel and exit. And as Victor,
Well.
as Victor exits, and we still have 3 more interviews to go, we are actually going to end our session there. So that way the interview with Thalia, Felicity can be here for that, because I feel like that might be important for her to be able to actually talk to the Elysian lady. Also, we have some sleepy participants, myself included, so I think it's best if we retire for the night and return when we're all rested and ready and recharged. So thanks all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I know I did. And we will see you in the next one.